Yes. Sucks to be you, good to be them. The Inspector General also reported that 512 former IRS employees were rehired either as employees or contractors despite having, quote, tax compliance issues or conduct and performance problems, including criminal misconduct, sexual misconduct, inability to perform duties, fighting and assault, unauthorized access to tax return information. They've all been rehired by the agency and its contractors. That's not a news report. I mean, it is a news report, but it comes from the Inspector General. Now, Trump's guilty on 34 felony counts of nothing in particular, but the IRS tax cheats skate. Federal law requires that federal workers found to have unpaid taxes be removed unless the commissioner specifically allows them to remain on the government payroll. So in other words, the law says two things, two completely opposite things. If you're a federal IRS worker and you have unpaid taxes, you have to be fired unless the commissioner, the IRS commissioner, allows you to remain on the payroll. So guess what? 149,000 federal employees, not counting the IRS, owe an astounding $1.5 billion in unpaid taxes. Remember Leona Helmsley? Only the little people pay taxes? Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris regime is spending $80 billion of our money to supersize the IRS because they're going to squeeze every last penny out of you. Oh, not the millionaires and the billionaires. They're too hard to audit. But you, no, you're an easy target. Think about that the next time you start paying your taxes.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
This is Dan Kaplis. When a worker is catastrophically injured on the job, their family immediately needs the money necessary to keep the household going. And if a third party caused those injuries, the family needs to preserve the evidence so that all possible claims may be pursued. We help injured workers pursue third-party claims on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You think you've had your carpets professionally cleaned. If it wasn't Zero Res, they're not really clean. Chemicals and dirt attracting residue are left behind. And only Zero Res gets them really clean, with no residue left behind. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. That's why Zero Res is the only carpet cleaner I'll have in my home. 303-471-5150. Safe for kids, pets, and you. Clean carpets and better indoor air quality. Why would you do anything else? ZeroResDenver.com. Now 3 rooms starting at $109. Plus they do upholstery, tile, and grout. Just about any surface in your home. Call now, and when they're done cleaning, you get 2 tickets to the Renaissance Festival. Hurry while supplies last. That's starting at $109 for 3 rooms. But at any price, your health is worth it. And they're really clean for your home. Get Zero Resified. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Sometimes intimate moments happen spontaneously. At Hims, we know it's always better to be ready. And the best way to be ready anytime is to go to hims.com today. Because when you go to hims.com/radio, you'll find doctor-trusted ED treatments for less, with the same active ingredient as Cialis. Available in daily pills or chews, Hims gives you that boost of confidence, knowing you can be ready whenever the mood strikes. To connect with a licensed medical provider, just go to hims.com. No in-person appointments or awkward conversations required. If prescription medication is right for you, it'll be shipped to your door for free. Starting at less than $2 a day, you can get an ED treatment prescribed 100% online, all for a fraction of the price of name brands. Get your confidence back with Hims. Get started with a free 100% online consultation today at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plum crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hot and smoky for your Wednesday. Temperatures today right around 96 degrees. Look for heavy smoke at times, especially as we get into later on this evening. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits in one of the country's top workplaces? Join their growing team. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. That's progressive.com/careers.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Vice President Kamala Harris appears to be narrowing down her choices for a running mate. ABC's Mary Alice Parks in Washington says Governors Beshear of Kentucky and Shapiro of Pennsylvania are two top contenders.
The campaign said not to read too much into the fact that this campaign blitz next week is going to start in Philadelphia. But really what we know is that they're just going to hit the ground running. They're going to blitz 7 battleground states next week, we are told, from Arizona to Philadelphia and everywhere in between. And that the vice president is going to be appearing alongside her running mate.
ABC's Mary Alice Parks. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly also in the mix as a possible vice presidential pick. Fear of more retaliation in the Middle East following the assassinations of Hamas's top political leader in Iran and Hezbollah's top military leader in Lebanon. Federal Reserve wraps up its 2-day July meeting today. An interest rate cut is not expected. 7 million pounds of boar's head, liverwurst, salami, ham, and other deli meat now being recalled amid fears of listeria. This is ABC News. StubHub is facing a new lawsuit from the Attorney General in Washington, D.C. The suit accuses it of a kind of bait and switch, advertising low costs for tickets and then tacking on tons of fees. ChatGPT sounding a little different these days.
When OpenAI first showed off the new voice mode for ChatGPT back in May, the company quickly came under scrutiny for how similar one of the technology's automated voices sounded.
Hey there, how can I brighten your day today?
To Scarlett Johansson.
Hi, how you doing?
The actress even sent letters to the company asking how the voice was created. OpenAI then delayed the release of the new mode until this week, now saying they've made it so that ChatGPT cannot impersonate other people's voices. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
CEO of Delta says the CrowdStrike cybersecurity failure cost it $500 million. He tells CNBC that includes the costs of things like compensation and hotels for all the travelers who got stuck. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't see a way out? Being unemployed, underemployed, or just out of school feels a lot like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. Getting on that path may be easier than you think. A good place to start? Go to findsomethingnew.org. At findsomethingnew.org, you have access to resources that help develop new skills. Skills that will position you for careers in today's growing industries, from healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Plus, you can take advantage of online courses, certification programs, apprenticeships, and more. So you can take yourself from unemployed and uncertain to empowered and prepared for what's next. Find your path to a new career today. Visit findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Hundreds of Jeffco residents had to evacuate in the middle of the night due to a wildfire. A Jeffco deputy discovered the quarry fire about 9 last night along Deer Creek Canyon Road just west of Grizzly Drive. It quickly grew to more than 130 acres. Officials later issued mandatory evacuations for nearly 600 homes. Jeffco Sheriff spokesman Mark Mager says the fire is burning in very challenging terrain, and with other fires burning in the state, resources are scarce.
We've requested numerous types of aircraft for air support, and we won't know if we're going to get any air support today or not for some time.
An evacuation center has been set up at Dakota Ridge High School. The Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County has grown to more than 5,000 acres. There are still numerous mandatory and voluntary evacuations. And just 8 miles from that fire in Boulder County, the Stone Canyon Fire burning north of Lyons, forcing evacuations and road closures. It's burned more than 1,300 acres and is 0% contained. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
A couple slowdowns on the south end of town for your midweek commute. I-225 southbound after Parker Road. We've got a crash off on the left shoulder. Slow driving back from Iliff through the Aurora area. Heading west of there, I-25 southbound. A crash reported after University Boulevard. We are seeing some stop and go back from Santa Fe. About 2 minutes of delays there. Out west, Highway 36 is blocked off getting into Lyons at Highway 66 due to wildfire evacuations. No alternate routes. Best to avoid the area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one today. High of 96, overnight low of 62. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Were Christians fooled by Sound of Freedom? This week on Red Pilled America, we talked to the Colombian woman who was portrayed as the supervillain in Sound of Freedom, and her story exposes the shocking truth behind the film that took the Christian community by storm. Listen to Red Pilled America wherever you hear podcasts.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better immediately at Sam's guaranteed best price. Navage. Navage. Breathe easy.
This is Dan Kaplis. For the past 40 years, I've had the privilege of representing hundreds of victims in truck crash cases. I was blessed to win what is believed to be the largest jury verdict in a truck crash case in Colorado history, as well as many 7- and 8-figure out-of-court settlements. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
It's the Dan Kaplis Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Wednesday at 4. Are you boycotting the Olympics over the attack on Christianity during the opening ceremonies? And what is the best, most effective way to campaign against Kamala Harris? I've got some suggestions. Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255 on my wide shot here for my streaming morons on YouTube, Facebook, flunkies, and everyone else tuning in. On the video portion, I have Michael O'Malley with me from Petrali Roofing out of Colorado Springs, and I'm going to welcome him. And then we're talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're talking about solving problems. I'm going to get right to the phones. But one thing that I was going to talk about today, and then Mike and I were just discussing it off the air, and I don't know what we're going to do about it or where it's going. And it's really a mixed bag, but the bottom line is, I don't know how people are dealing with expenses. Now, it affects everyone. I don't care how much money you make, you still are affected, because if you make a lot of money, you want to keep a lot, you have needs, you want to retire, maybe travel, and the bigger your nut is to crack, that's the expression for what you need just to get by, the harder it is to do that. And so many people that are in the higher income brackets may not, although they feel the pain, they don't feel the pressure. They feel the pain, not the pressure. And it is really getting to be outrageous how things are being priced. And there's no one fault, but I almost believe some of it's exaggerated. I'm not talking about, what you're going to hear, corporate greed, although some of that does come into it. But I think what happens is this. This is my assessment, what I believe. I don't have cold hard facts. But the tolerance level for pricing in a home, for maintaining your home, the tolerance level for everything from paving to painting to roofing to appliances to HVAC, plumbing, electrical, sewers, name anything on the home, anything, floor coverings, anything. Our tolerance in pricing is at a certain level until we're jolted. And I believe COVID did a lot of jolting. COVID did a lot of jolting because it shut down supply lines, it reduced inventories around the world, and it made us more tolerant for waiting and more tolerant for more expensive because, again, the supply chain was cut short, and when demand outweighs supply, prices go up. And then add to that the government spending, which added to the supply of money, which added to inflation, therefore more expenses. I believe that our tolerance as people we have been conditioned. So we used to have a lower tolerance. Now we have a higher tolerance because we're saying, oh yeah, supplies and this and that. And we've come to accept some of it. Now, because we've come to accept some of it, I believe, and look, I talk to more consumers than anyone. There's not a person in the world that directly talks to more consumers. Oh, we have departments and customer service and government agencies that talk to consumers, but individually, I talk to more consumers in a year than anyone. I communicate with more consumers than anyone. Emails, texts, voicemails, on the show, more than anyone. I don't care. There's no one that talks to more or directly to more businesses, directly. Now, you might have a roofing supplier that talks to Mike O'Malley here, and he talks to dozens of roofers, but that's all he talks to, right? Then you might have somebody who talks to other people. But as far as an array of businesses, no one talks to more varied businesses than I do in a year. So I have the intel from discussing things with more consumers and more businesses than any individual, okay? My array of people I talk to. I'm not saying there's not people or agencies or companies that do it, but as an individual, it's all up in here. And I'm going to tell you something. And I'm not saying it's evil or bad or anything. I'm just going to state a fact. Companies are taking advantage of our higher tolerance. They're socking it to us. They know that we expect higher prices, and they're cashing in on it for higher profits. Now, I don't mean normal profits like they normally have. I mean higher proportion of profits, not lower. And I don't care how companies cry the blues. They're making out like bandits because of it. Okay? Not all of them, but a good number of companies all over the country are taking advantage. Now, it's legal. You know, I've always said, like on my referral list, I don't control pricing. I don't. And here's the problem. When you have pricing done the way it is, it's not like you can shop around and find appreciably cheaper stuff. So you're not led to believe they're taking advantage because they're all kind of priced in that cluster. Just like with airfares. Well, if you get a deck built, landscaping, HVAC, roofing. Roofing's a little strange animal in Colorado because most roofing's paid by insurance, so we don't hear a lot of price complaints. But you have these clusters of businesses, and they're all kind of silently, wink, wink, I'm not going to undercut the industry. You don't undercut the industry. We'll all make money. It's got to stop. Because I believe profit's wonderful. I believe making money is wonderful. I believe gouging people and taking advantage of their tolerances is wrong. I don't think it's illegal. I think it's wrong. I just think it is. There are companies that if they can get away with it, and we found them trying, that would charge $9,000 to replace a toilet. $9,000. Now, how is someone to know if that's a high price or a low price, other than it's expensive? We have found furnace, HVAC, that's furnace and air, in some houses, $40,000. Unless you live in a giant mansion like Downton Abbey, if you spent $40,000 on heating and air, and I don't give a good goddamn where you bought it, if it's someone from the referral list, they did you wrong. I am at a point in my career now where I don't care who I call down. And actually, I've always been like that, but more so now. I don't care. If you spent $40,000 on heating and air, unless there is something extraordinary about it. Now, there could be, okay, like the hybrids with electric and gas and high efficiency and different kinds of combinations. I'm not sure if Mark's tuned on today, if he's on.
I'm here, man.
But Mark, we've talked about this, and I'm just going to say it. There are people being ripped off, and it's not an illegal ripping off. They're taking advantage of people, and I don't know what to do about it. Because I thought, what if I put out a range of pricing? That's not really fair, and I'm going to tell you why. If I say a furnace and air conditioner, or a roof, again, roof's a weird category, siding, deck, something should cost in this range. They may not find it in that range because the industry as an industry, although there's no one in there saying I'm going to be a liar and a cheater and a ripoff, because they're not, but they're all doing that pricing thing. They're all doing that pricing thing above, way above what was normal and way above what they need to be. Now, someone's going to say, how dare you, Tom, say what it needs to be? Well, I get that. What's wrong with someone wanting to make a return on their investment, okay? Because in business, people look at ROI. What that means is the amount of money you invest, you want to get a return on. Because if you can take $1,000 and you put it in a treasury bill, and you can make 6%, 5.5%, 6%, obviously, why would you take the risk of a business unless you make more than that, right? So if you can go in the stock market in an S&P fund, and you can make, if you really select some good stocks and just ride it out and have the time horizon, you can make 28 or 30%. You can. I don't care what you say. The stock market has its benefits for those who know how to do it and aren't stupid and crazy, and the ones who have a big enough time horizon. But to get into business, you have to have the reason, which is a return on investment. That doesn't mean buying yourself a job. So if I start an HVAC company or a plumbing company or a landscaping company, I don't want to just make enough to make me a wage. I can go work for someone for that and not have all the responsibility, all right? So in addition to a wage, what a company does is they look at all their product cost and all their overhead and their wages, okay? So you got people, you got parts, and you have overhead. And you add all that up. And if you put $1,000 in and you are only buying yourself a job, that's not a good investment. So they want to make money. So what is the acceptable? I'm not the one to tell you that. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. Well, I want to tell you something. There are some private equity firms now going out taking over companies, and do you know what they want to make? 80% on their money. 60 to 80% on their money. Now, no matter how you look at that, it is that much above after paying all expenses, all overhead, and all wages. Should companies make profit? Of course they should. Am I going to be the one to limit them? No. But I believe the marketplace needs to. And I believe if there are companies out there, instead of struggling to beat the living crap out of people to get the most expense you can out of them once maybe or twice, how about offering such a value that you do the volume and kick the living crap out of the higher ones and just stay like that? There's a possibility you will get more return on your dollar. But listen, again, I'm done preaching, but I have seen more complaints about price and lack of value now than ever before. And it's not all COVID's fault. It's not all lack of supply chain fault. It's not all the fault of the government or inflation. Some of it is just downright greed and taking advantage of consumers. So my new thing is this. Even though I can't control pricing, I'm going to tell you if I think it's ridiculous, and then eventually maybe we beat the hell out of businesses enough where they start maybe wanting to be competitive. Instead of wink, wink, let's get as much as we can from these a-holes and see what we can, then we'll sell to a private equity company, and then we'll move on with our millions. You know I sound maybe a little like Bernie Sanders, and I don't mean to. I want people to make money. But there's a certain degree that you have to ask yourself, is a $40,000 furnace and air system really? Come on. Do you think that's an exaggerated quote? Mark, is that an exaggerated quote?
No, I had a quote that high.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, it's ridiculous.
I do, just to throw this out there, man, I'm not trying to poo-poo your
No, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. Yin
but
and
I
yang.
honestly, I think the market makes itself. There's companies that are higher. Then you have a company like Euro Plumbing or Master Services that do go in. The owner might make the same dollar amount, but he's never going to make that same margin. So they do it on volume right now. But I don't have any issue with, long as it's upfront and the pricing's explained,
yes,
and everything's there. Now, there is a point that you could call it gouging, but for the most generally, companies aren't that crazy.
No, well, Mark,
I can't imagine the government or anybody else getting involved in
I'm not
business.
asking them
That's
to get
what
involved.
scares the hell out of me.
I'm not asking them
from
to get
what you're
involved.
saying.
Here's what I'm saying, okay? And when they are presented a price up front, I am saying, how do they know that's a good price or a bad price? They don't know.
Well, they should call around and get second
but even if
opinions.
they call around, here's the unfortunate part. As I said, you got the wink, wink. They're calling around, and they're getting relatively the same prices. That's why someone has to step out and start thinking value.
Now, let me just say this. I want to bring up a perfect example, and you tell me if you think this is gouging.
I got to take a break, and I want you to bring up the example. But listen, callers, I promise I'll get to you. But I'm really pissed off because I feel for people. I feel for myself. I think there's plenty of money to be made, but there's got to be something. I don't know. There's got to be some reason, and not just giant profits. We have more coming up.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
All right. I want to talk to Joe Ciano, certified financial planner, and we're talking about a guaranteed pension account. Joe, take it away.
That is right, Tom. You know, you have a very timely subject. You've been talking about the rising inflation, the rising cost of goods, and to be totally transparent with you, Tom, that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing, especially people nearing retirement or at retirement right now, where they just can't make it with the income stream that they have. That's one of the benefits that people are really liking about our indexed annuity. See, it can go up with the market, even though their money's not at risk in the stock market. That company holding their money will actually follow the stock market. So when the market goes up, it's going to give them a tremendous growth. But the key is people love the guarantees that if the market ever goes down, they will stay level. So people that are nearing retirement, they need to have a guaranteed, and listen to this word carefully, guaranteed income for the rest of their lives, that they're not going to suffer, you know, regarding inflation, regarding the price of goods. They can have 2 or 3 guaranteed pension accounts, and they can actually build a beautiful, beautiful retirement with no risk, and it's all guaranteed, and they get a bonus. We had a client that, you know, just came yesterday. It's a listener of yours, and they love the ability to make 15% of their money that they're going to be transferring. And they don't have a 401k, Tom. They don't have anything but CDs at the local bank making 4.75%. It's a great interest rate. However, though, when you look at 4.75 versus 15% in the first year, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and Joe, the real protection is in the guaranteed growth, guaranteed not to lose. Right. And there's certainly a part in every portfolio for some guarantees. And again, it's something to explore and compare with your time horizon to see if you want that safety and security now. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Someone you can trust, Joe Ciano, 303-779-6600. Hey, speaking of people you can trust, SheridanAutotech.com. Kevin Calkin is a great guy. He runs a great ship, and he does everything from light to heavy maintenance and repairs, including electrical and pre-buy inspections for used cars. And here's the most important part: truly great pricing and value, and truly a great person and honesty. Everything you want, plus skill. 303-455-7242.
Doesn't
hey
mean
guys,
you
Donald
have
Trump
to
Jr.
say
here.
that.
Let me ask you
I'm
this.
so sorry you're under the weather,
Worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word SECURE to 989898. I trust Birch Gold to provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage.
They went ahead and gave me a little bump.
So text SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Including my computer, which is actually working better since you rebooted it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he told you that? I came across this quick little video from A Million Ways to Die in the West. You know that? Seth MacFarlane movie. And
Well, you just go to Death Valley. That's
no,
gonna help you.
it's a movie. Seth MacFarlane, A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Never
Who
heard
else
of it.
is in it?
And I don't know who Seth MacFarlane is.
Oh, he's all of Family Guy. And then that chick from...
What's Family Guy?
Okay. But...
Why don't you show me?
Because you don't know. But I came across
I have
this...
to know in order to see?
It wouldn't hurt. But I came across this about the Rays. You got to answer that.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Hot and smoky for your Wednesday. Temperatures today right around 96 degrees. Look for heavy smoke at times, especially as we get into later on this evening. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Okay, what's your name?
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Paul the Waterman, the greatest water, the lowest prices. Now that's value. $1,400 fully installed at your kitchen sink for triple filter reverse osmosis. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. Hey, let's go to David, who has, this sounds weird, something about puppies. What's going on, David? What's happening?
Well, good morning, Tom. Nice for you calling my...
What's
calling
happening,
me back.
man? What's going on?
Well, we have this little puppy that we went to the dog shelter off Quebec in Denver.
And you adopted a puppy?
Yeah, she's a 1-year-old puppy. And
yeah,
when we went down there, we filled out the papers and everything, and
yeah,
we and they had a microchip put in her and all this stuff, So one day after I got her, one day she got loose. She runs
Now,
off.
how long after you got her did she get loose?
Oh, at least a year.
Oh, okay. So you've had her for. You got her when she was a year old, and now she's about 2.
Well, she was a year old. She was born in before 23.
Okay. So so you've had her a year though before she got loose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we got her in around March.
Uh-huh.
Of 24, and she turned 2 now.
Got it.
So she got out twice. She got out the second time. It's really crazy how I found her and found the person that got her, picked her up from the shelter. Well, this lady, her name's Ashley, and the way I found out that where they took her was they took her to Riverside clinic where I guess it's in Brighton or Commerce City. Well, I live in Commerce City.
Is that a clinic or is that a shelter? What is Riverside?
No, yeah, it's a shelter, it's adoption and everything. It's like the one in Quebec in Denver.
So okay.
Mm-hmm. So I went around. First time I found her, well, the little girl. She followed the little girl home from the park, right around just 100 yards away. And I went up to this first time when I found her, that she broke out. Well, she was in. I went up to the door to knock on the door, and I looked through the door because it's a glass door. But she was right there. And the owner of the house, the lady, she said, "Oh," and the husband, he said, "Oh, this must be your dog." And I said, "Yeah, it is my dog." And I thanked him and thanked the little girl and the family, and I brought her home. Well, now, this is the time she broke out. It was a couple of days ago. So I'm walking around doing the same thing, looking for her. And this lady was driving out of her driveway from her garage. And I said, introduced myself.
Hey, David. David, listen. David, I want to hear your story, but I want to know what you're calling about. The dog was recovered. Let me guess. The dog was recovered and taken to Riverside by someone?
Right, correct.
Okay.
And they found a chip in her. There were 2 chips still in her.
So then what happened?
So they read one chip, and they didn't read my chip. So they got in touch with, I guess, I don't know how they do it, but they got in touch with this lady that had her.
That used to have her.
Yeah, you used to have her. Well, the chip, they had a chip in her. She had a chip in her. So they contacted her, and she came down, and I talked to the lady at the shelter,
did they hand the dog over to the old owner?
Yeah, but at the first time that she ever lost the dog, the first time that lady lost the dog, she came in and she said she didn't want the puppy.
Okay.
So they went up for adoption.
So I don't understand. I don't know if there were two chips, David, or one chip that had old information, but here's the deal. Hold on. This was an original owner who did not know the dog had been recovered. Is that right?
Well, yeah, she did know. She went down there to claim the dog, they thought, the people, and she refused the dog because I talked to the lady.
And when did she refuse the dog? How long ago?
The day that we adopted her. That was back in...
okay, so you're saying she had a chance to get this dog back and turned it down. But now here's what I'm asking. Without the long story, David, is she now saying she wants the dog?
Yeah, and she even came out with a name, Princess, and then they had a name from she changed the name. They changed the name to Claude. I guess, I don't know.
Okay, so whose dog is it?
It's her dog, but she gave it up for adoption.
Well, did she give it up, or was it missing like with you?
Well, no, she was.
Do they have a record of her signing the dog over?
Right. And
I'm asking David. David, right's not in. Do they have a signature from her turning the dog over?
Right, they do.
Okay,
they do,
David, what shelter got that signature? Where did you adopt the dog?
We adopted it off of Quebec.
What's the name of is that the Dumb Friends League?
Yeah, the Dumb Friends League.
Okay, hold on. We'll come right back to you. This is a weird one. I'll tell you that. It's weird. She's going to say, no, I never gave it up, so we have to figure it out. We got more right after this.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House studio.
You ready to write stuff down? Oh, I did write it down. Okay, yeah.
We got it, bro. Euro?
Yeah, my girl's scaring me here.
iHeartRadio Olympics update.
Team USA added a silver medal to their count after Puris Venegas finished second in the women's BMX freestyle park final. Venegas recorded a 90.7 in run number 2 after an 83.4 in her first run.
Venegas of the USA takes silver, and Natalia Dimova.
Here you go, 10 away.
USA men's basketball back in action today. They'll be taking on South Sudan.
For NBC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
Now you want to talk value. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You will never find better value for water heaters. So reward them for it. You want a water heater at a screaming deal? Euro Plumbing Colorado will beat any deal anywhere on any size. For example, a 40-gallon tank fully installed, $13.99. The old one taken out and hauled away. $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. And no matter what size you want, you get it at a better price. Euro Plumbing, 303-668-6844. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Hey, here's something that not only paid for itself, but continues to give me great service. My Quiet Cool Whole House fan. You see, what it does is very simple. It destratifies the air. It evens out temperatures. And you know what I love? I love that you can take this fan and use it most of the time in the evenings and in the morning without any air, or during the day, or when you need to cool your house down quickly and get rid of the extreme heat after getting home from work. Your air conditioner works less. You can use it, and it will help your air conditioner work less and you'll save money, or use it in most of the season toward the end here without any air conditioning. QC Colorado. I love it. You'll experiment and figure out the best way to use it for you. And I'm telling you, it is worth every dime. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Yay. Hello. This better be good. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Yourself?
Hello.
I do not. You as well. Hello, I'm calling for Medicare benefits. Do you have Medicare Part A and Part B? No, I do not. Oh, I'm so sorry. You do not qualify. Have a blessed day. We say that.
I'm telling you, one of these days, I'm going to, and like I do with mine, I'll just start speaking German, and they have no...
Well, yeah, no, there's no need to scare them. The worst I'd ever say is, if you're in Pakistan, I bet India is going to kill all of you one day.
Oh my God,
if you're
don't
in
say that.
India, I bet Pakistan's going to kill you one of these days. I did kind of say that one day. You know, a fun little scam that I almost got sucked into is these scammers that will take a common 1-800 number sort of situation, change it slightly, and hope you call them.
Well,
I ended up with that in a Verizon situation where I needed to activate a hotspot, and I called what I thought was the number. I slightly missed out. Okay, it is just a $6 activation fee. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. And then I thought about it. Wait a minute. I already have the service. It's not an activate. Who the hell is this? And I said, I swear to God, if you take one dime from my damn account, I will take all of Pakistan and drop it on your head. I'm very sorry for the
inconvenience. People that
inconvenience.
call you, do they mimic people that, like, you know, like just general names? Because I get spam calls from like James, you know, Charles James, or Mary Jones, or, you know.
Yeah, they were there.
And I can never differentiate because sometimes I have to give out my number to Martino callers, and I'm like, crap, if this is like actually a Martino caller, so I have to answer it, but it's like, as soon as I find out it's a scam, I'm like, damn it, stupid Kelly.
As you know, I always send back a photo. Is this spot on my skin normal? All right. Got to make more radio show, if that's what we want to call it today.
We got to fix the...
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, we've had this happen before. I looked in the, I wonder, is it proper to say I looked through my annals of calls, and anyway, I have found that when the Dumb Friends League takes possession of a dog or a cat or an animal and readopts it, it belongs to that person, and it's up to that person to fight with Dumb Friends League usually to refute it. But Dumb Friends League usually has records of a pet being completely abandoned or given up voluntarily. Sometimes abandoned means just never claiming it. So my logical question is this. First and foremost, Do you have the pet now, or was it given back to the original owner?
It was given back to the original owner.
Okay. And did you contact the Dumb Friends League?
Yeah, we talked yesterday for almost a half hour, and she said that lady just gave the dog up.
Okay, hold on. The Dumb Friends League claims that the lady gave it up.
Yeah.
Do they have written proof of that? Usually they get a signature.
I don't know.
Well, you got to ask him, David. You got to ask him.
Yeah.
Now, this is sad, okay? It's sad, but maybe this woman did not give up the dog. You're going by the Dumb Friends League. They have to show you some kind of proof. This lady's probably thinking, oh, what a miracle. After 2 years, I got my dog back, right?
Right.
Did you talk to the owner? The original owner?
I did. And she said, oh, it's, we couldn't figure out where she was.
Okay, well, maybe she's telling the truth. Do you think she's lying? Tell me what motivation she would have to want her dog back if she gave it up. What do you think happened?
I think that when they got the dog in from the previous owner, they called her down because the dog had a chip, because she said, oh, well, this dog...
I get it. And they called her down, and you say she gave her up.
Yeah.
Okay, then, David, I'm asking a question. There's no right answer. Okay. Why do you think she changed her mind a year later or 2 years later?
I really don't know. Maybe she had a heart of change in that. And, I would feel sorry, but I didn't know that. I didn't know the history of the dog. All I know is the dog was abandoned.
Okay, I get it. So, David, right now, it sounds like you and your family are missing this dog, right?
Oh, we're awfully missing. We haven't since the day that she left. We're so,
I don't.
Can't imagine.
I'm telling you, I don't know what to do about it. I mean, I really don't. The Dumb Friends League should be helping you here. You have adoption papers from them, and they have records that she gave up the dog. You should be able to get this dog back. They should be the one. They should be the one helping you.
Right. I even contacted the police. The police department.
The police, they're not going to do anything. The police aren't going to do anything. There's no crime here. I just don't understand why. I don't understand why the old information was still in her.
That's what I can't figure out. Because when the dog was taken to Riverdale, that's how they got in touch with that.
I get it. Mark, what would you do in this case? What would you do? I mean, guys, it's a terrible situation. Here's what, the only thing we can do is have someone call over to the Dumb Friends League and see why they can't provide you proof so you can at least make a demand for that dog. But again, this is crazy, but this is something that might end up in court. Who's around that can call over to Dumb Friends League? We just want to know the transfer records, that's all. And I know they keep records. So hold on, David, all right? 303-713-TALK. Who can we give this to, Kachina? Let's try some...
Doc in today.
What's that?
I'm in the house, Tom.
Doc, can you just, for the hell of it, I mean, there's not much we can do about it other than they providing him with information. He's going to have to take it up civilly. I mean, this is like a King Solomon problem. What do we do?
So
Cut the dog in half?
We want a copy of the relinquishment papers?
Here's what I would ask them. Since this woman is claiming she never gave the dog up, Dumb Friends League is claiming she did. Do they have any record?
We want a copy of the relinquishment records.
Yeah, if they have such a thing. Joe, what's going on with you, Joe? What's happening?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, Joe, what's happening?
Well, thanks, Tom, for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
My wife and I, over a month ago, we went in with 2 leased vehicles to Foundation Hyundai.
Yeah.
And we traded both of them in. They were early leases, but they gave us such a great deal. And we put $2,000 down on one of the vehicles, $3,000 down on the other. We
Okay, so
told
you
them from the very
traded in two leased cars and bought two cars?
We traded in 2 leased cars and leased 2 new cars.
Okay, got it.
Okay? And we told them from the very beginning that we have just a P.O. box because we just sold our house a month and a half ago, and we're waiting for our new house to be built, which we're moving in 9/11.
Okay.
So we went through finance, and they got the deal done. At first they didn't. They said, look, just go to lunch. Let us see if we can have a go-around. Because
but did they eventually do it?
They did. We signed both leases. We left with the cars. It's been a month, and now they've already sold one of our trade-ins, and they told us, hey, we got to unwind the deals. I said, well, how can you do that? One of my cars you sold, and they go, we don't know. That's your problem.
No, it's not your problem. But listen, Joe, there's a million things that could have gone wrong. When they said they have to unwind the deal, I need to ask you, are you sure you even had a deal? We need to have someone look at it. Hold on, I'll come right back to you, all right? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This unwinding of deals happens all the time. Where the dealer tries to get it done, but the dealer is often wrong. By the way, if you're having any questions about your heating or air, call good, honest people, 888heating.com. If you want an evaluation of your system, if you're having problems with no cooling or you're having problems elsewhere, it's 303-770-2776.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver metro before we hit the 11 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Out west into the high country, I-70 eastbound, we've got road work in the right lane between Mount Blue Sky and Idaho Springs with stop-and-go back from Fall River Road. About 15 minutes of delays there. Back to town on the south end, I-225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one out there today with a high of 96, overnight low of 62. The current temperature in Denver is 84 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, you'll hear our rendition of Jack London's To Build a Fire. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
All right. If you are really looking for window coverings and you need somebody to do it all, you don't want to measure, you don't want to hang this stuff, you don't want to hire a handyman, you don't want 3 or 4 different people, you want one stop made in the shade. They'll come and measure, they have a designer to help you pick the right stuff, and then once these things are delivered to meet your budget, they will hang it all with the best installers in the business. It truly is a one-stop shop with guarantees on both installation and the materials themselves, made in the shade. It's something, I know you hear ads about doing it yourself. Trust me, it's not something you want to do yourself. Window coverings are complicated. They have all kinds. denvershades.co, 720-458-6566. Hey, this is such a fabulous way to run a law firm. Keel and Park say, we do wills and trusts and estate planning of all kinds, big and small. Businessmen, business people, businesses that are going to be sold or inherited. Whatever it is, they go over your entire estate free of charge, complimentary. Whatever you own, whatever you're invested in, all of it. And then make suggestions to you with flat rate pricing. You can decide how much you want to do, and you'll know exactly what it will cost. No surprises ever at Keel and Park. LawKP.com, 970-818-8198.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's see here. What are you? Who's
Hey,
listening?
Dave, this is Doc from the Martino
Well, I'm listening
Show.
to this deal where they're allowing the male
get this
boxers
message,
in female boxing
text
in the
me
Olympics.
Are they really?
Yes.
Come on.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Are they going to beat the living hell out of these women?
They're going to beat these
303
chicks like they burned dinner. Oh, my God, it's going to be awesome.
Just text.
Wait, but do they have to have
I'll
like
call you
at
right
least
back.
like
Thank you.
some, I don't know, like proof or what?
They have failed blood tests.
What do you mean by that?
It shows that they're men. The blood test indicated that they had all the right chromosomes to.
But they're going to still let them do it?
Yeah. These chicks are going to get absolutely Chris Browned. Or whoever. I mean, well, I used to go back to, we're going to beat this thing like Ike beat Tina. But, you have to be a certain age to remember that one. So then it was like Chris beat Rihanna. Whatever. Whoever was getting beat. Now, Kelly here was one belly flop away from getting in the Olympics.
Really?
Yep. Broke her ankle and missed a dive and was out.
I actually nailed the dive. I just couldn't get out of the pool or walk.
There's that. Okay. Well, and so we're saying you must be excited about how male boxers are being allowed into women's boxing.
Yeah, not so much.
My joke is you're going to get beat like you burnt dinner.
I mean, I did see that report this morning, and I'm disgusted by it.
I mean, it's, I want people to have fun. Just
I gotta go do an errand.
You're leaving again? You just left.
I had to pee.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, now, we do have so much more to talk about. Mark is out for a few minutes. I'd love to get people's take on this dog. I don't really know what the hell to do with that one. But anyway, Deputy Doc is trying to call you back, sir, and it goes to voicemail, and he wants to call over at the shelter and help you out. So, Joe, tell me something about this, okay? When you went there, why did they say they have to redo the deal?
Well, they said that Hyundai wouldn't buy the deal. Now, this is 30 days later, by the way. We've had the cars for 30 days now. We signed 2 14-page lease documents. The finance manager signed it, so they were done contracts as far as we're concerned. Well, they called us back. I think they fired the the finance guy, so I can't get a hold of him. And they said, well, you're going to have to figure something out. Give us a fake address. Give us the address of one of your sisters. You got a sister or brother that lives in town?
Wait. Is that the only, Joe, is that the only reason it was turned down, a P.O. box?
Yes.
And they won't take our new address.
And they won't take our new address because it's not on the records yet till 9/11 when we buy it.
There's got to be, by the way, they can't just willy-nilly undo a deal like this. They can't. What do they say they will do if you don't redo the deal?
they'll just repossess the cars. And I said, well,
they would be in big trouble. Now, does anywhere in this contract say, I know dealers have this tricky wording that they think protects them, and it doesn't, but they're such morons. If you took car dealers and put them in a big group, they're such a bunch of frickin' stupid people, because all they would have to do is say it is not legal or it is not a binding until they place the deal or sell the deal, but they don't say that. Here's what they say. It's pending final approval, and I can argue with them that they gave you final approval when they handed over the cars and signed the documents. Listen, this thing, we need to talk to an attorney about it. We need to get a copy of your lease or call these people at Foundation. Hold on, I'll come back to you and take other calls as well. This is wrong, okay? I'm on your side. I don't know how they get away with this crap, but that's a terrible dealer group anyway.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you're still there. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Because I know that you've got the landlord question. So just bear with me, and like I said, Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Sure thing. Hey, Michael, just be patient with me. Tom is going to get to you as soon as possible, okay?
Yeah. How can they?
Thanks so much. Hold on.
One of them, yeah. I know. Hey, Kelly.
Yeah.
I really believe this one deserves calling over to Foundation, whoever the GM or whoever is, and ask them to come on the air and explain this, because this is bullshit. This is bullshit. They sold one of his cars and want him to bring those back.
Okay, who would be the appropriate person, the sales manager, or is there like...
Well, I would ask Joe who's been making the demands to him.
Okay.
Like, I don't know who he's been talking, whoever he's been talking to. I just call and say, look, this is a serious problem. We want to get somebody on the air to address it. We're not assuming you're wrong, but it doesn't sound right.
She's on it.
Thanks, man. I'm going to step away for a sec. Do you want anything? Oh, I'm going to go get, I'm going to go try that. Sure.
this?
No, I just have some general questions for him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, not going well.
Hi, Dustin. My name's Kelly. How are you today? I'm good, thank you. I'm actually calling because we have, I work at the Tom Martino Troubleshooter show, and we have a caller on right now, and we just really don't understand what's going on. And after being here for many years, we know that there's always some dicey stuff when customers call complaining about dealerships. So we're trying to get to the bottom of this, and there's just some questions that we desperately need answers, and we can't get them out of this guy. So we're hoping that maybe you can clarify. The gentleman's name is Joe Ross, and he had basically bought a couple different Hyundais.
This is very strange, bro.
And he had worked with Ed in the sales department and also Noah in your sales department. And he states that he worked with you. But again, I'm not really positive if we have the entire story. So Tom would really appreciate if we could ask you some questions on air so you can clarify, because, you know, everything about your business is very exemplary.
I mean, totally different.
So we're not understanding why there's an issue here. So if you could come on and give us your side of the story, that would be fantastic. Come on the air. We're a radio show.
They make any, I'm not complaining about it.
And why is
but
that?
They make any with lower than 14 grams of sugar.
Why do I not have a right to call on behalf of a customer when they've called us? Again, I've looked up your dealership. You have exemplary reviews. I'm trying to actually help you here and trying to get you to come on with us to explain your
As far as the so you just look up kombucha.
Are you familiar with Joe Ross?
Look up KEOM. It comes right up.
Sit for.
Oh, so people do their own.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. I've got callers backed up. I want to take them. And then I want to talk to O'Malley about roofing because, I started out the show talking about pricing and value and gouging. And although technically I don't know what gouging, there's no real thing about gouging, but I think a lot of businesses, as I stated, are taking advantage of the higher tolerances people have since COVID and supply chains, and not just charging inflation, but taking advantage, thinking, well, people are expecting higher prices. I'm just going to make a crap load of money on this one. We'll get to that. We got a comment on this dog. Apparently, the dog had 2 chips in it, one from the previous owner, one from the new owner. He gets it from the Dumb Friends League, and then it gets out. That's another problem. It got out twice. But anyway, so the dog is given back to the original owner from Riverdale Shelter. And he said, but it's my dog. And the original owner said, no, it isn't. I didn't know where the dog went for 2 years. And he said, well, Dumb Friends League said you gave it up. But he needs to get a record of that. I mean, it would seem to me that if he adopted it from the Dumb Friends League legally, that it would be his dog, except, I believe, if she never gave it up. I don't know. Rhonda, what's your comment on this?
Well, I believe it's up to the discretion of the shelter. The dog could have been in bad shape at Riverdale when they got it.
Yes.
And decided it wasn't taken care of. Maybe it was skin and bones or not in good health.
Could be.
And the dog escaped several times. There's a reason. If you exercise your dog and not just leave it in a backyard, it's going to be tired. It wants to sleep after being walked or whatever. So that's just my opinion.
Well, thank you, Rhonda. I don't understand it, and you're right. Maybe they felt the dog was in bad shape, or maybe they didn't even know the second chip was there. That's the part I don't understand. Now, I'm going to go back to the foundation in a minute, but not yet. We're trying to get them on the air to talk about this. So instead, I'll go to Michael, who has an issue with Google AdWords. That can be very complicated. Michael, what's going on?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
Before I tell you my story about Google, I listened for 25 years, and, why haven't you in all these years taken it to the next level and become a national consumer advocate?
Well, I did many years ago. I mean, I was really in 600 stations, and here's what happened. 9/11 happened. You see, what happened was people were getting tired of politics, and I won't make this long, but so I was going into station. I was in New York and Houston and LA and all over, okay, all over. And what happened was in Boston, and so what happened was 9/11. After the alternatives, Dr. Laura, me, Dr. Dina Dell, other people, everybody wanted alternatives to politics. But once 9/11 happened, almost every single non-political show was replaced with a political show. I was one of the few that actually stayed on the air, but then I curtailed. A lot of markets canceled and went with like Glenn Beck or with Rush or they already had Rush, but they went with a lot of political shows. So long story short, I was down to a few major affiliates, and to be honest with you, it was too difficult to serve these big markets in Denver and make a go of it because it was too much travel for the few markets I had. So I decided I was just going to concentrate again on Denver. And then the iHeartRadio app came out and people started picking me up again. So it's just a long story. It's not what it used to be. Syndication isn't what it used to be.
Right. No, and that's not what I was referring to. I was aware of that. What I was referring to is a national consumer advocate, like head of a lobby group for change, like real change to consumers that are victims on a national scale. Like for example, when I tell you about this Google AdWords problem, I can also tell you the other one that I've noticed is when you were earlier talking about heating and air conditioning units. Are you aware that there's a new refrigerant coming out and they're banning R134A? That is the current refrigerant. In
Wait a minute. They already banned Freon. Now you're saying they're going to go after the new one?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you go back in time, the first one was R10, and then it was replaced with R11, and then it was replaced with R22, and then it was replaced with R134A. And the thing of it is these chemical companies are getting together with government and lobbying and banning these refrigerants in the name of climate, but they're really doing it in the name of patent protection because they always have the new patent and the new chemical to replace the old one. And so here we are. We're about to go to a refrigerant that is propane-based, flammable, where R134A is non-flammable, but this is going to have to change your furnaces because now, in case of a fire, because you have a leak from your
That's
AC
right.
unit,
That's what they're worried about. Flammability is what they're claiming.
Yes. Yeah. But the thing of it is the consumers are paying for this change.
Well,
and
of
they're
course.
being victimized. And as a national consumer advocate, you could get onto iHeart. You can get get along with other advocates around the country and promote a certain cause to make certain change to protect the consumer, because this R134A was perfectly fine. It was just they were going to lose the patent protection, and then the chemical would be made in China and Mexico, and there could be competition, and there'd be no profit in it for them to continue making that.
No, I get what you're saying. I do. Listen, but I will say this, and I know people don't believe this, but I do want to say this. The problem with consumer issues, they are important when they hit you individually, like with a car or with a furnace or with changing out refrigerant or something. But it never happened. You got to understand this, because I've been doing it for so long. I can tell you the reason why we never get the traction of a political issue or of a tax issue, because it never happens to large groups of people at once. And it really, like healthcare does, for example, but then it becomes a healthcare issue. It becomes like an Obamacare thing. It doesn't, the consumer issues in general are so important. This show proves it. But no one ever experiences a wave of the same problem over and over to where you get a groundswell of support. It's always so slivered and so it's just fractured. You have different people experiencing different things. I bring them all together on this show, but no politician would do it because there's no groundswell of support. I often said, with all the things candidates talk about, they never talk about we're going to put an end to consumer fraud, or we're going after fraudsters or scammers or this or that, because no one would be out protesting for or against it, or demonstrating for it or protesting against it. Whereas abortion, it's more of a rallying point. Consumer issues are so widespread that you can't get a large group of people that have one consumer issue. They have a ton of them, and they don't look at the ton of them as one issue. They look at them as individual issues. I hope I'm making sense, but that has always been the weakness of trying to get a groundswell of support for consumer advocacy. For example, even Ralph Nader, when he went on his rampages, they were single issues. Every famous move in consumer advocacy has been on a single issue, and that's the problem. But Michael,
don't you think that the listeners are interested in a specific person's story? I can also tell you that...
Yes, they are, but what I'm saying, they don't go out and campaign for it. No, they won't support a presidential candidate who says, I'm for consumer advocacy. It's too widespread because it gets into every aspect of our life. But if you said, I'm going to lower insurance costs, that's a single issue, then people can rally with it. What were you going to say else? What else to Doc?
Oh, I was just going to say, what we do, what you've done, is help individual people. And I can tell you from this show occasionally, but from the AARP work, when I call a company that's not in the Denver area, they don't care. When we call people that are in Denver and they get the publicity or whatever it is, the media attention, they will pay attention to it. Somebody in Illinois is not going to care what people in Denver think about their company.
Yeah, but even when we were national, though, the point is that you're right. While people don't, many people do care, and sometimes they just lack the communication. So we call a company, and even though they're not in our backyard, we can solve the problem and explain to them what's going on. Again, we get enough play in other places on the app, and we get enough downloads. One of the most downloaded shows in iHeart. That we get some strength, but nothing's the same as it used to be. There is no one channel and one issue that we can rally people around. They change all the time. Michael, what is going on with Google AdWords, by the way? That's what you called about.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And then this ties into that, which is great leadway. So Google AdWords affects everybody, the consumer and the business that uses it.
That's right.
And I know for a fact that when I turn my Google AdWords on, I get these calls from like India, let's just say, that are solicitation. I also get these dead air calls that are just like you answer the phone and there's nothing there. If I turn my Google AdWords off, I don't get these calls. Then when I go into my Google AdWords account, I can see that I was charged $18 by Google AdWords for this solicitation, and it's in their best interest as Google AdWords.
I get what you're saying. I want to explain. I want to explain to people what you're talking about, but I have to take this break. I know exactly what you're saying. I never even thought of that. They're using those Google AdWords. They're using your company as a lead when they click through, but they're not clicking through to buy something. They're clicking through to sell you something. Hold on. I'll come right back with that. Okay, hang on. Do you hear what he's saying about that? That's a weird one.
Hear that?
That is a weird
That
one.
is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today. Lenovo. Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
You know, when I talk about zero-res carpet cleaning, I do it from personal experience, and it's for a number of reasons. We all want clean carpets, right? But there's a cost to that. I don't want chemicals and residue on my carpets. And when I had Zero-Res come in, they cleaned all that crap out. I could see it from previous cleanings. They also take away pathogens and allergens. But there's another thing about Zero-Res you need to know about, the health of it all. Not only in the contact with the carpets, safe for kids and pets and yourself, but also the air quality in your home. That's right. If you think about it, your carpet really is like the biggest air filter in the house because air moves over it and through it, and so does everything else. So here's the point. When you have clean carpets with no residue, they look new, they feel new, and you have a healthier home. That's enough reason to get it. But how about great pricing? Like starting at about $33 a room, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. And then they do duct cleaning and upholstery and hard surfaces and tile and grout. You got to call them. I'm telling you, I will never have anyone else in my home. And once you do, you'll see why. 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com. All right. I can say right now you can make a phone call and get a price on the phone for countertops. You know, we were talking about pricing earlier in the show and how people are exaggerating their prices and raising prices, and it's crazy. The Art of Granite has great pricing, always has great pricing, and they even give prices on the phone because they're proud of their pricing. For any countertop, natural, stone, or man-made materials, theartofgranite.com, and if you get the materials from their suppliers, you pay wholesale. If you get it from their remnant yard, you get them free of charge. Call for your price right now. Maybe they have a remnant big enough to do your job. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. John Fuller. He is a personal injury attorney that I've been dealing with for years. People that use him tell me they can't believe the level of service. And here is what it is really in a nutshell. Personal service. People are not used to talking to the attorney with their case. They usually talk to assistants and paralegals. Of course, he has all of that, but he is committed to talk to each and every client on each and every case. First, when you call, before you're even going to hire him, you'll talk to him if you want, and then you'll decide with him what to do and what your case is worth and whether it's worth pursuing. And if you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. John Fuller, he gives you a cell phone number. You can call or text at any time, and he really means it. Notice the difference at 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Men, when addressed. Very nice.
That's
Hello,
crazy.
Dave.
He's charged for the clicks. And then he
Okay. What's your last name, Dave?
called the sellers.
Lutro?
Just like when you advertise on radio.
Lutero?
I mean, if you advertise on radio, you could get a
No,
call
I
from
want you to, I'm here to help you. Yeah.
I'm not saying you do, but did that happen?
Yeah, I'm from the Martino show.
Yeah.
Okay, so when now, you adopted the dog from Dumb Friends League on Quebec, correct? Okay, when did you do that?
I absolutely despise this commercial.
I need the exact
not
date.
good.
In fact, if I needed to actually lose weight, I wouldn't use this company.
All right.
Because of that.
Right. I don't know. What are you looking at? They go back in the cooler when they're done cleaning it. It'll all be there momentarily.
No, I want the day you pick the dog up.
But A-Rod's such a nice guy.
It's not about A-Rod.
Oh.
It's just, I have to listen to it 50 times a day. It's titled.
Yep. Here you go.
KHOW.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And Compass Insurance Group will do insurance checkups, 303-996-9000, to make sure you're not paying too much for insurance, or you're not underinsured or overinsured. Nothing worse than being underinsured. So Michael brought up a good point. He has Google AdWords. And for those listening, if you haven't used them, you live on another planet. But what people do is they purchase words. Like, you can actually purchase AdWords. Mike O'Malley, have you done AdWords with Google? Okay, so tell me what words you would purchase.
Roofing.
Yeah, you can get it, right?
Yeah.
Roofing.
Any of those. You got
hail, whatever.
Hail insurance specialists. You got roofing.
So when
damage,
people
roofing
Google that
repairs,
word,
yeah.
your company comes up in an AdWord, and then if they click, you get charged.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Now, he is getting charged, but some of the people clicking, they're not buying from him.
Right.
Instead, they're selling him, or they're trying to sell him something. But Michael, I don't know how the hell you would ever control that. Ever. I mean, how can that be a Google AdWords problem?
Real simple. Google is created click farms in third world countries at my expense, because I create an advertising budget, and so when I paid $18 for that phone call, it was Google that created that click farm.
Oh, are you saying? Wait a minute. Are you really saying that Google actually has people in other countries calling you to generate revenue?
Absolutely. Why would they have a vested interest? I have a budget to spend an advertising budget.
You're cutting in and out, man. I can't. Go ahead. Are you there? Do you think that actually happens, people? I mean, really? I mean, what a major
Got a motivation. Absolutely. I turn my ads off and it stops.
No, Michael, listen, Michael, I don't doubt that if you turn your words on and off, it starts and stops. But that doesn't mean Google is the one generating the call.
Facebook does it too. If I pay for advertising on Facebook, I get these clicks all the time on Facebook that says, "Is this available?" And it's deliberate. But if I turn off my Facebook advertising, I don't get random, "Is this available?" It just doesn't happen.
Michael, do you?
Yes.
Okay, but
That's
how would we?
people.
How would you go about proving? By the way, I'm not disputing it. It might be happening. It might not be happening. How would you prove it?
How about we just fix it by, if I get one of these solicitations, as Google AdWords solicitations, and the phone call ends within 10 seconds, Google AdWords cannot charge me for that click.
That would
how we
be
can
that
fix
would be a good
Everybody
that would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because if I hang up on the person, I shouldn't be charged $18.
Yeah, I know with Angie's List or
that's
with
how we
Home
fix
Advisor.
it.
Yeah,
You know, we just call and we complain and we say, hey, this was a bogus lead, and they credit that money back to us.
But he would have to do that every day.
Yeah, it sounds like it, but I mean, if it's worth the $18.
Google AdWords will not do that for you.
Really?
Yeah, we need to ban this by simply making it illegal. I'm serious.
Well,
Millions
I
and
mean,
billions of
good
dollars are
luck.
being
Good luck
charged.
getting that done. I mean, you might, but you're making good
Well, you're
sense.
the consumer advocate.
You're making good sense, Michael, when it comes to, I don't know, like legislation, but business practices for sure. Like if there's a call that is totally bogus that lasts less than a certain number of seconds, you're right about that.
Yeah, especially if the call originates with the person that's charging you.
Well, but we don't know that. He could never.
It sounds like a mob hit at that point, right?
But he could never prove it's from a click farm or a call farm.
Yeah.
It is. And not only that, I get these dead air calls when I have my Google AdWords on. I'll answer the phone. I answer every phone call. I'll answer it, and there's nothing there. Okay? And these calls only happen when I turn on my Google AdWords. I'm telling you, it's
Right. I know what you're saying. You're saying, but I agree. It only happens if you turn on your AdWords. I'll agree with you on that, but that doesn't mean Google is originating it. It could be. It could be your competition.
Why do you think
it could be your competition?
No.
What do you mean? No.
Facebook. No, I just because I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been doing it I've been doing this, and I know, it's consistent. And Facebook does the same thing. If I post an ad, a paid ad on Facebook, why do you think Facebook has that simple click? Is this still available? And why is it you see so many ads that say, I will not reply to the question, is this still available? Because they have a click farm of people that can't read, but they can click a button, and it shows usage by just hitting that. Is this available? And then there's no more communication, but you're paying for advertising with Facebook. Why do you think they create those simple questions? Because it's for third world people that don't speak English or can't communicate, but they can click that simple, is this available? I'm interested in this item. And if they were to remove that, then that third world country would have to actually type something and communicate on a different scale. I'm telling you, there's a lot of money in advertising, and there's a lot of potential for fraud. The way Facebook and Google AdWords runs their business, it's fraudulent. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree, Tom. Like, my trust level for Google and for Facebook are super low, right? Like,
I'm not saying they're not doing it, but if you wanted a government inquiry, you wanted to do it, it's going to take some real doing.
Oh, for sure.
To try to put together a case.
And I mean, at some point, you just have to decide whether you're going to be a part of that animal or not, right? Is the benefit for Google AdWords worth the risk of your
Did you ever get a lot of hang-ups?
I haven't gotten a lot of hang-ups, but we do get some solicitors that just find an active number, and they're like, well, that's a good number, let's put it on our list. Sure, that happens all the time, but what we generate from Google AdWords is worth it.
It's good, okay. So, what about you, Michael? Do you generate good business from it?
Yeah, I spent last year, I spent $17,000 in 1 month on advertising, and I can tell you that it's being attacked in Google AdWords, and I'm telling you, it was.
What was the ROI on the 17,000?
Yeah, what was your ROI on the 17 grand?
No.
What? Not? You didn't make anything?
My ROI was.
He's cutting in and out.
Yeah, I would cut out if my ROI.
Hey,
was
Michael,
0
is what kind of business are you in?
What's that?
What kind of business are you in?
Arboriculture. Tree service.
Oh, okay.
I'm on your referral list.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Michael, listen, man. Really, you really gave us good food for thought. I'm not dropping it. I got to move on to other calls, but I got to think about this because I don't even know where to start if I know any people that can do some digging on this, but You really do, seriously, bring up a really good point. He does. Like, how do we know we're not all being put together by this place? But then again, competition could do it. I'm not saying his is doing it, but it can be done just to make things expensive for you. Gretchen has a quick question here. Gretchen, I know that you have, and we haven't forgotten about Foundation, by the way. Kachina, did they get back to us on that?
Yes, we can talk about that probably after.
Oh, good. Gretchen, what is your question on landlord? Are you a landlord, Gretchen?
Yes, I am.
What can we do for you?
Well, I have a Victorian house that I rent.
Yeah.
And I have good renters. They pay on time. They take good care of the place, with one exception. They asked if they could do some painting, and I said, well, what were you thinking of? They said a gray color. So I thought, gray sounds okay. So when I went over there, though, it's such a dark gray, it's like a black. They've painted like all the walls of this beautiful Victorian house black. And I
But
said,
you told them
"That
they
does not
could,
work."
right? You told them they could?
Well, I told them, yeah. They said they were going to paint them like gray. But it's such a dark gray. It literally
I get
is
it.
like one shade.
I get it.
One shade, yeah. So I think it would cost literally about $10,000 to fix this if they move out, and I don't have that kind of security deposit. And they told me, they said, hey, we'll paint it back, but that's been 6 months, and I've asked about it. They've never given me any pictures, so I don't know.
Well,
if
you
they're
let
gonna
them do it. You're going to have a really tough time on this one because you let them do it. I mean, for you to say, well, I didn't realize how dark the gray would be. I mean, that's not going to be an adequate argument. They asked you if they could do it, and you let them. I mean, I don't know how you now make them not fix it. I really don't. I'm being honest with you, Gretchen.
Well, that's fine.
I don't know. I mean, if they did it pink and you had proof they said it was going to be gray, but now we're talking about shades of gray.
Yeah.
Are there any contractual? Is
what's
there
that?
anything in the contract that says that they have to put things back to the way that they originally?
Do you have anything in the contract about putting things back the way they were?
No. But I was just thinking, like, their year's lease is about up here, and so I don't know if I could just say, hey, well, I don't know. I mean, I just know.
Well, okay, Gretchen, now you know about the just cause law that you're covered by now, right?
Well, I'm not sure, no.
Let me explain this to you. This is why I'll never be a landlord in Colorado. Now, listen, I'll grant them, the lawmakers needed to do something because there were not many rights for renters, but now it's overboard. So right now, you can't just terminate that lease, even at the end of the lease. You must allow them to stay there unless you have a just cause.
Okay.
And the just cause is covered by the law, and you'd have to look it up. But some of the just cause would be you're selling it, or you're renting to an immediate family member, and certain family members, yes, certain ones no. So it has to be like the ones covered by the law. It has to be for non-payment. It can be for destruction of property, but that gray, you're not going to win that one. So you can, but I don't know if you realize that. So people that say they have a 1-year lease or a 2-year lease or whatever, or a 6-month lease, I tell people no. In Colorado now, you have a forever lease until the tenant wants to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, can she change the lease?
She can rent,
agreements?
yes. At the end of the lease, she can raise the price, but that's limited on how much she can raise it.
Can she also put
It can't be punitive.
Right. Can she put in an amendment that says,
Yes. At the end of a lease, you can change terms and conditions. Yes, you can. But they can't be considered punitive, and you can't go retroactive. For example, she can't put in a clause that says, when you leave, you have to paint it back, because she already let them paint it. But she can, going forward, say that. For anything you change now, you have to put it back. But again, you'd have to get an attorney to do that, and we always recommend that. So is this serious enough you want to get rid of them?
No.
Okay.
But I was just curious, do you think that when I rewrite the lease, I could just increase the the security deposit by a few $1,000s?
You know, I don't know what the law says about that part. I know you can increase rent. I actually don't know about that security deposit. I don't. I really don't. And again, that security deposit can't be kept to repaint it. If they leave in good, and that paint's in good condition, you can't say I'm putting it back the way it was. You allowed them to paint it. So that paint, unless that paint is destroyed, you can't just add to the security deposit for you to change it back.
Okay.
It's like if you allowed them to put in carpeting and you didn't like the carpeting, you can't charge them when they leave for changing out the carpeting, unless, of course, the carpeting's destroyed. It's really tricky. Are they just nice enough people that you can say, look, this is never going to work? Would you, this is what I would tell them, so just to make, if I put in the lease that you have to paint it back to its original color or to an eggshell or whatever, upon leaving, would you sign the new lease? And then you give them a new 1-year lease. I mean, maybe they won't know that that the retroactivity, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they'll just fall for it and say, yeah, we'll do it. Especially if you say, hey, look, I was going to raise the rent, but maybe I won't. Or maybe I'm only going to raise it this much if you agree to paint it back the way it was. There's some negotiating there. Not everything has to be a lawsuit. See what happens. We have more coming right up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver metro. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. West of there into the high country, I-70 eastbound. We've got road work in the right lane between Mount Blue Sky Road, exit 240, and Idaho Springs, exit 241. Watch out for delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one out there today, folks. High 96 degrees, overnight low of 62. The current temperature in Denver is 86 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hey DQ fans, the $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal will leave you and your wallet full. Grab a bacon cheeseburger and order of regular fries, a drink, and a sundae for a whole lot of happy. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much.
Gosh darn it. Oh man, I didn't put the pause in the right spot. Sorry, after this.
It's okay. And you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Sheridan Auto Tech. You know, so many people want value right now, especially in auto repairs. Kevin Calkin has not changed his prices really in a long time. Now, he has parts prices that reflect the market, but he is so reasonable, but he's honest, and that's as important as being reasonable. He's never going to suggest something you don't need. And he'll do free diagnostics on most repairs. Why don't you give him a call and see what he can do for you, including regular maintenance and repairs and electrical issues. SheridanAutotech.com. That's on Wadsworth, west of Colfax. Well worth the drive no matter where you're going to or from. 303-455-7242.
Thank you.
We're going to have to
Thanks.
4 minutes.
in about...
How many? 4?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, but you also have the 45 break you got to pull.
Yeah, but it's still like the piano. I don't know what I do with my feet.
Here, just take mine.
I'd like to know what's going on, too.
You know, that Google AdWords is a good, if that was really happening, but they could even suppress that. I mean, they have so much power.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd ever get to the bottom of that. What would you do, file like an FCC complaint or something?
No, I don't think Federal Trade Commission.
Maybe, yeah,
Deceptive
FTC,
trade practices. I mean, come on, if they're, just think if I charge you per knock on the door, you know, and then I come by and knock on your door every 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? It's like weird.
But I mean, what's the cost to hire somebody, a click farm in India to do this? You're getting $18 per call or per click, and you're charging somebody.
Take it up.
Well, that was quick. Did you
yeah.
use the women's?
No, AI. Come on. I mean, it's a pretty good racket if they do it. I mean, if you're taking $1.
Go pee. You don't want a bladder.
Advertiser.
Yeah, I'll give that to somebody else.
It's a business. Like, I'm thinking about it.
Ain't that the truth? You ain't lying.
Do you remember the movie, what was that movie from a long time ago where they tried to skim like 1/10 of a penny off of every trade?
It was actually real. And it
Was it?
And it wasn't a trade. Somebody was embezzling, like, I don't think it was like there was a movie like that. There was.
Yeah. But I mean, like, it could go undetected when it's so small and such a volume. And with the amount of advertising that goes on in Google, who's really complaining about, I got one hang up? Well, you figure that's just part of the gig.
But I didn't realize it could be $18, for God's sakes, for one call.
Yeah, but some of my calls are $79 to $150. So $18, I'm like, oh, that's...
When you know you're getting a call like that, you need to make it close.
Oh, yeah, at that point. So $18, I'm like, it's a wash, but so we don't get as much and maybe that's how Google does it. It's
Do
like,
you know when they're coming from Google?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do you?
It's tagged as a Google call, or somebody, like, if they click through Google and they, like, you know, you do this and that's one thing. Otherwise, it's, hey, we got your number from Google or from your
and then you don't pay for
then you have no idea. Yeah. I hadn't thought about the reason why they have those just click still available on Facebook Marketplace. I'm on Marketplace all the time. I hadn't thought that that's just so that random people.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, listen, Kachina, what did we find out about Foundation Hyundai and this situation? Okay. They want him to redo the deal. Go ahead.
Right. So Joe actually talked or spoke with 2 different people on the sales floor.
Yeah.
Noah and Ed, who are not there today. But I was able to get in touch with Dustin, who is the general sales manager.
Good.
Who proceeded to ask me why I have the right to call on behalf of a customer.
Okay. And what else? Did he get all bent out of shape?
He did. And
did you tell him we help
also,
people?
I did. And I basically I was very nice about it. Shannon can attest to this.
Yeah.
And so at the end, he just hung up on me.
Okay. So he's a moron. And I don't want to use the name moron because I use that for my YouTubers, but he's a jerk and he doesn't understand we're trying to help. And he's not hip. He doesn't understand. I mean, so we need to go above this guy. We really do.
Yes.
Or to the F&I department.
I have no idea. Like I said, I was very complimentary.
We need to give it to somebody.
Toward his dealership.
Yeah.
Toward everything to
where's
try
this,
to get him
Where's
to
this
come
Hyundai Foundation Hyundai?
Westminster.
Okay.
Westminster.
Foundation, by the way, started out with all kinds of promises on how good they're going to be. They turned out to be such schlock people. My God, what a bunch of clowns they are. They don't solve any problems. They, in the beginning, they had a guy there. What the hell was his name? I want to say Josh, maybe. Somebody was there that was really good, and then he left. And I thought the whole place went to hell. I mean, really. Foundation is like all the rest of them. Big company took over, and, Joe, I have no idea why they want you to redo the deal. I certainly wouldn't go in there right now. And I don't understand what right they think they can do this. I would call the dealer licensing board for absolutely positively sure right now while we're looking into this. Who should we assign this to? Is Deputy Dollar around?
I believe so. We could probably get a hold of him.
What I want to do is I want to call the GM. I just want to know why they feel they can redo it. I want to see the paperwork too, Joe, if you can send it to us. And I'm gonna put Deputy Dollar on this.
Okay,
And he's not out. He's not traveling. Bo's traveling, right?
Bo and Chopper is out.
Okay, but we'll give it
Bo
to
and
Dollar. Okay,
Chopper are out.
Okay, now real quick here. I gotta take this break. I got backed up, but Daniel, this is really interesting on the traveling with prescriptions. We'll talk about that right after this.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver metro. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again west of there into the high country. I-70 eastbound, we've got road work in the right lane between Mount Blue Sky Road, exit 240, and Idaho Springs, exit 241. Watch out for delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one out there today, folks. High 96 degrees, overnight low of 62. The current temperature in Denver is 86 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Were Christians fooled by Sound of Freedom? This week on Red Pilled America, we talked to the Colombian woman who was portrayed as the supervillain in Sound of Freedom, and her story exposes the shocking truth behind the film that took the Christian community by storm. Listen to Red Pilled America wherever you hear podcasts.
All right. If you're looking for the best deals ever when it comes to your water heater, then you're looking for EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 40-gallon tanks starting at just $13.99 and 50-gallon tanks at $14.99. So it's $13.99 for a 40, $14.99 for a 50. And they're the best deals you're ever going to find. Any size you want, they can do. And they say they'll beat any plumbing repair price. So call them first. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. We're going to be talking roofing today with our guests, and we also have another roofer. I love Excel Roofing. And I know Jay and his company, and here's the deal. They don't force you into signing a contract at the door to look at your roof. Don't fall for that. You don't have to sign anything to get people to look at your roof. You also don't have to give them your first insurance check, and only accept a detailed contract when you are talking to a roofer, so then you know what you need when you talk to your insurance company. And by all means, don't call your insurance company first. It counts as a claim, even if it turns out you don't have damage. ExcelRoofing.com. They've been with me for many, many years. ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761-6400. And they don't take a cent until you're content.
And hang up.
Very nice.
That's very telling.
About 3.5.
Thanks.
Yeah, it does. But like I said, Scott will be calling you. I'm going to give him your phone number right now, so just expect a call from him probably this afternoon, okay?
The movie was Office Space. They're not talking about your movie, are they? Office Space.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I was referencing. That was a long time ago, right? What, early 90s or something?
Well, The other option that you have, which might be easier, do either of you have smartphones? Okay. So, do you have an email account? Okay. So, an easier way to do that would be to take pictures of the documents and then email us the pictures as attachments from your iCloud account. Well, I understand. But, you know, so, I mean, unless they sent you digital documents in a PDF or something like that. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. That says a lot. Yeah, so, I mean, I will forward, you know, you could probably attach maybe 5 pictures per email, and
It's an iX car.
yeah, that would work too.
BMW iX, is that electric?
I'm not sure.
Uh-huh. Oh, good Lord. Okay, well, go ahead and tell Scott that when he calls you, because he's taking over the case to go into a deeper dive, like I said. And we'll try to get you, as you know, any recourse that we can possibly do for you.
The only way I tell electric cars now is
Yeah,
to see if it has
absolutely.
exhaust.
No, sir. We help people. That's what we do. That's why you called. So all of
Yeah, it's
this
electric.
is gratis. We have volunteers
They're
like
cool
Scott
looking,
that
man.
work on the
Holy
side
shit.
to try to get to the bottom of things, but it doesn't cost anything.
The electric?
Well, if they try calling you, I would definitely take the phone call.
the Cybertruck
and see
I
what
Me
they
too.
have to say.
I can't bring
Mine.
myself to pull the trigger.
And I got called on it and saying, emailed saying it's ready, but
From the fact that they've
no,
been
my
on
wife won't let me.
the
She
radio
hates
show
it.
and has been outed.
I mean, she said
to,
she absolutely hates it.
tens of thousands of people. So that
You know,
could happen
really,
too.
that grill is just made.
So,
There's no reason
I
to
would
have it.
definitely
There's no
not
grill.
ignore
I
their
mean, it's a
calls,
plastic
but
piece,
I
looks
would
like a grill.
just
I don't know
make
why
sure
they
that
have it,
you
just because they
record
think it'll be
everything
too
they
weird
say and
without
not
it.
necessarily
Don't you
record it
think?
on your phone, but
Yeah, I mean,
just take very copious
sometimes you don't
notes.
want to outpace what
And,
people can handle for
give
change,
that to
right?
Scott, because
when you go
he's going
that
to be
far,
working with you from now on. So as soon as he calls you, he'll establish contact, and you can work with him directly. My name's Kelly.
Have you seen the Grenadiers?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
What is it called?
It's called the Grenadier.
What is
It's
it?
not electric. It's
Oh,
like
it's electric.
It's not. No.
Oh, no.
It's like it's a
30
company that-
KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Daniel, what is your question about prescriptions? And Foundation, by the way, we're working on that off the air. For the guy they told he leased cars, they said you got to bring him back. It's crazy. Daniel, what is your question about prescription drugs?
What's up, Tom? Good listening to you guys
Thank
today.
you, man. What's
So-
happening?
So, I'll be I'll be leaving on a little trip out of the country,
Yeah.
and a friend of mine has asked me for a favor. He has a prescription to his name. I'm not going to say the country, but it's not up north. It's not. So ever since he asked me to do him this favor, like,
What is the
look, yeah,
favor he wants, Daniel?
He wants me to bring back the prescription saying to him, I'm going to be flying.
So he lives in another country.
No, he lives here.
Oh, he wants you to bring it back. Hold on, I understand what you're saying. Hang on for a sec.
That can be kind of fun, you know. Get down there, you're your own doctor. Oh, man. You know what, I need a little something to do this, I need a little
I don't
something to do
understand,
that.
though, is it a U.S. prescription he wants filled elsewhere because it's cheaper? If so, it's bullshit. You can do it online.
Yeah.
There's no reason for
God.
any of this.
No.
Something sounds nefarious to me.
Yeah.
I like this.
Right? It grows on you. Yeah. The Grenadier is a couple guys that wanted to buy the old Land Rover Defender, I think it was, or Discovery rights.
Yeah.
They wouldn't sell them, so they produced their own. There's a dealership down in Colorado Springs. It's got a BMW engine on a Mercedes base or something. Like, looks like one of the old school Land Rovers.
Yeah, I didn't love Land Rovers anyway, unless it's the one that looks like the Safari one.
Yeah, take a look.
It's called Grenadier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there it is. Oh, cool.
Yeah, right? It looks like the older
Are
Safari.
they mass producing or hand built or what?
They're produced out of an old Mercedes factory, from what I understand.
How much are they?
Like anything else, that would be that somewhere between 85 and 110 or something.
Where do you find
Oh
it?
my God.
There's the dealership down in Colorado Springs.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, super fun.
Come on.
I was looking at
Colorado.
one of those for one of our next giveaways, just because
Please
I
tell
love
me
giving
I'm
away
potted
unique
down.
stuff, and
Do you actually
No, you're not.
pay that much and you'll give it a new one?
don't tell anybody, but yeah.
What I just
I mean, fine. Now
Depends
you're
on how much
now
hail
you're
we
off.
have, you know
You're
what I mean?
okay. You okay.
You didn't just say it. You said it like 90 minutes ago.
Oh well, then we got a problem.
What do we have a problem with? We have no problems. We just have solutions.
Correct.
Hold on. New Grenadier.
Kelly said something, and she's very deeply ashamed.
Okay, Colorado Springs. These are very cool vehicles, man.
Yeah, they are.
How are they inside?
Since when for crack?
They're set up really uniquely. Like, they've got the.
They don't have high tech, do they?
Wet,
They've got
Kelly.
some high tech, but they try to keep some things nostalgic, I guess. But they've got the Safari sunroofs, that you could take out the whole sunroof so you could stand up on the driver's side and the passenger side. Really cool off or overlanding potential or whatever else you do with these kind of things.
But I don't. See, I like tech. I don't like too much, but I like it.
Yeah.
I like the nice dashes. I don't.
Oh, well, I mean, it had all of the navigation and Apple CarPlay
Okay.
and all
Okay,
that stuff,
good.
yeah. It wasn't like they said, well, you got to drive a 1950s
right.
throwback.
Okay. These are cool. Electronic. Yeah, they have a lot. They're not that expensive.
Yeah, I mean, for what you're getting.
Is
yeah.
a BMW engine?
That's what I look like, the BMW shifters and stuff where, you know how they've got the lock buttons on the side of the BMWs where you got to push the lock
How
button.
long has this been around?
They're relatively new, yeah. Like 2023, 24 came out. And they're not doing a ton of marketing, like you don't see the advertisements anywhere.
okay.
Very cool.
This is the saddest puppy story ever.
Yeah, like if you're ever down in the Springs, it's worth a test drive.
Did you test drive it?
Yeah.
How does it drive?
It drives fine. I mean, it's a big, heavy vehicle. They do have the old Humvee type of steering, where it's independent steering.
Do we have Mark
It doesn't
back?
automatically correct. You have to correct it back after you turn. Yeah, have you ever driven a Humvee like that? So that way, if one tire gets bumped, it doesn't bump everything off of
What
a
do you
line.
mean turn back? What do you mean?
So you have to correct the steering wheel more than you would if you know, you're turning and then you start to turn it back, everything straightens itself out, and you just go. You have to bring it back to straight. But it's so that when you're driving down trails and potholes and stuff, you're not getting bumped around the whole time. It's a really neat experience to drive. I would recommend it.
Is it made for off-roading?
Yeah, one of the primary
Hi,
purposes
Richard. Okay,
is
just be
overlanding or
patient
going on
with me.
trails.
We're going to
that
get
kind
you
of
on
thing.
after the break, okay?
It's an Ineos?
All right, hang on.
Ineos Grenadier.
Crazy. I never knew there was anything under the sun like this. Looks a little like a G-Wagon.
Yeah, I thought so too. My wife likes that boxiness, you know, which everyone's gotten away from, and it's starting to come back. But that
they're not even listed on Cars.com. Not even listed. Oh wait, yes they are. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I was gonna say that's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's listed. Let's see, 230 of them on Cars.com.
Are they mostly dealership listings, or are they private parties?
They're pretty. They're really cool looking. I just don't know. I wonder how they are in the snow. I don't like the idea of that steering, but you're saying it's not weird?
It's not as weird as you would think, but it is different than what. It's different. It's not insurmountable. Like it's.
Yeah.
I'm probably not the one to ask though, because I've driven Humvees, and so like you just get used to driving. Like I think the H1, if you've driven an H1, you would know. Or if you've been to Iraq a couple times, you would know.
A lot of them in Fort Lauderdale. Big dealer there.
10 seconds, guys.
His latest column in the Denver Gazette as the trial of Tina Peters begins, and an update on Aurora PD trying to downplay Venezuelan nationals gathering by the thousands while creating chaos in the streets. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. If you're looking for great drinking water, that's waterpros.net, or a whole house system soft water where you can damn near do laundry without detergent. It's such a great cleaning agent. Softened water, good for your pipes, your body, your showers, your clothes. Waterpros.net. $3,400 for a whole house. You'll never get better prices with better systems. Waterpros.net. Hey, we got a number of things going on. Richard called about a speeding ticket. Daniel wants to talk about traveling with prescriptions. Now, this sounds a little weird to me right off the bat, but we'll talk about it. By the way, this is the show that talks about everyday aches and pains, the things that make us tick, the things that tick us off, everything basically we're talking about. We started the show talking about value and pricing and gouging, and the number one complaint we're getting these days is pricing. Number one complaint. Now, let's talk to Daniel. He said he's traveling. Now, Daniel, where are you traveling to?
Okay, I'm traveling to Mexico just to visit.
Okay, got it.
Family.
Now, you're going to Mexico, and your friend said, hey, while you're in Mexico, could you pick up some drugs for me and bring them back, right? No, I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way, prescription. Now, what I need to know is this. The prescription that he claims to have, is it an American prescription or a Mexican doctor prescription?
It is a Mexican doctor prescription, as far as I know.
Okay, so is he a Mexican?
Correct, he is.
Okay, and he's living here now. I get it. And he says, hey, I need you, since you're going to be in Mexico, just pick up these drugs for me, right? So when you go to the pharmacy to pick up these drugs and use his prescription, does he already have an order waiting for him?
That is correct.
Why can't they ship it to him?
I don't know. And I actually was getting ready to go to the post office, my local post office, and ask that question.
Yeah, it sounds just a little queer to me. Just a little, okay? And
yeah.
But I want to know more before I say it. This is the most important question. What kind of drugs are we talking about?
It has to do with, I think it has to do with, like, what did you say? High blood pressure or something like that.
Okay, so it's not like pain meds or fentanyl or anything like that.
No, and I wouldn't do that at all. I wouldn't even be calling.
So it's just like a blood pressure med.
Yeah, and maybe, and this is what I'm thinking, medications are less expensive in other countries, well, especially in Mexico.
Yes.
And maybe they're just trying to save a buck.
I understand that. But
yeah,
the prescription,
they're like, hey.
So this is a real pharmacy you're going to go to pick it up.
Yeah.
How much are you picking up? How much does he want you to pick up?
The way he made it sound is just a couple of bottles that should last a couple of months, and that's about it. Everything is legal. The only thing is, it sounds a little sketchy to me also. And this is why I decided to do a little research. I actually watched How to Catch a Smuggler on TV, a TV show. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But they always show people bringing illegal foods, clothes, merchandise.
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, you know what? You cannot bring this along. And I've seen where they catch people bringing medications with or without prescription. And, you know, there are fines involved.
Usually they don't care about one. Usually they don't care about one or two bottles, unless it was like pain pills or something. But here's the thing: it doesn't sound right to me, because most pharmacies will ship, and I don't. And if he has a prescription issued in Mexico and he is in the U.S., well, I don't know why he can't call that pharmacy and have them ship it.
I have no idea. I don't know, and I don't want to do something that will put my life or personal record in jeopardy.
Do you have the actual name of the medication?
I do not. But
did you ever see the prescription? Did he say he's going to give you the prescription to take with you?
No. He said to just go pick it up at the pharmacy. It's basically like here, you go and pick up a prescription for your significant other.
Okay, no, I get it. So you'll go down and pick up the prescription and give him his birth date and name and pay for it and just take it home, right?
Yeah.
I'm a little suspicious. If he's not telling you the name of the drug, he could very well be saying it's blood pressure medication and picking up 1,000 tablets of oxycodone.
I don't want to do that.
I know. So how do you know what they're giving you is blood pressure medication? You don't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know. I actually don't know what the rule is for traveling with a prescription. I mean, what I'm saying is I have blood pressure medicine I take with me. I mean, no one's ever asked me about it, but I don't know what the rule is if I pick up medication in another country for someone else, but it doesn't sound right to me.
I mean, even if you put it in an aspirin bottle and drug sniffing dogs sniff it out, it doesn't matter whether you have a prescription for it or not, right? Like,
well, no. If you have a prescription,
the reward,
but if you have a prescription, they're not going to bust you on that. I mean,
no. I'm just saying, like, you don't really know what you're getting,
right?
So,
man, the last thing you want to do is end up in jail in Mexico because you're picking up drugs that aren't yours. I mean, how
much is he saving? Can we just give the guy the extra $50?
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. How much is the guy saving? It can't be that much. Blood pressure medicine is next to nothing now.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Do you know? Let me ask you something. Is he a U.S. citizen?
I don't know for sure. I'm going to go to the extent to say no.
Because I was going to say, if he, does he have like a regular doctor he can write him a script and all that? Because they're really, things are not that expensive anymore. Like drugs, not a lot of them are. I wouldn't do it. If you're asking for, and Deputy Doc said it's pretty questionable. I don't know. I can't give you a legal answer, but I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't, Daniel.
No, and I was not looking for legal advice by any means. I guess what would someone else do? Because I don't want to get framed.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
the reason I wouldn't do it is not because of the U.S., but because of Mexico. I mean, and we all know what happens in Europe and Russia and all that. I mean, look at that, man. Can you imagine being busted for, what did Griner have? Just some
oil.
Yeah. God. It was like a strong hemp or CBD
oil. Yeah, it was weed oil, yeah.
Oh, weed, okay. It wasn't like she's getting stoned, and even if she was, oh my God, she could have been in prison for 28 years.
I really like my life of freedom here, so yeah.
Daniel,
I would rather lose a friend.
I wouldn't do it, but I don't even know if drugs are available anymore in Mexico like they used to be, because I used to hear people say you could walk in a drugstore down there, literally just buy Oxy or buy stuff without a prescription. Doc, did you ever hear that?
Well, I know you could buy antibiotics down there, and I think that the strongest thing you were able to buy was Tylenol with codeine. I don't think there was any oxycodone or anything stronger than that, but I think, like I say, antibiotics and T3s were probably available.
Okay, and that's the Tylenol. Okay, thank you. 303-713-8255. I'm going to talk to Richard about a speeding ticket coming right up and see what we can do for him. Genesis Total Exteriors for all of your exterior needs. And I'm telling you, he's converting a lot of people from siding to stucco, which is a good, especially if you have an insurance claim. It's just a few more bucks to upgrade to a lifelong stucco exterior. He also does mold remediation, and that's Genesis TotalExteriors.com.
Finally, a plumbing and HVAC company with great service and the lowest prices. Master Services has new air conditioning systems starting at under $3,000. Master Services also saves people a minimum of 30% on sewer line repairs. They've been on Tom Martino's referral list for more than 20 years. So for great service and the guaranteed lowest pricing, call Master Services 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406, or online masterrooter.plumbing.
Theartofgranite.com. They'll get you a granite countertop or a stone countertop or any kind of man-made materials at wholesale prices, tear out and haul aways free, and they give you prices on the phone. But Mitch Floria has another special. If you can get an island done or a small countertop in your kitchen or a bar or something with his remnant yard pieces, and they're not seconds or anything, they're just smaller pieces, you can get the materials free of charge. You just pay for templating and fabrication and installation. Theartofgranite.com. Give them a call. Get your price, whether you're doing it with the remnants or with fresh new slabs, which you can get at wholesale. 303-386-5919. American Restoration 24/7 is a company I hope you never have to call. Now, these people are in the business of coming into a property that has sustained what we call a catastrophe. That could be, like mold or asbestos. It could be a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, smoke damage from a neighbor. It could be anything that renders your property dangerous or possibly a major loss of value. It can even be an unattended death. What you can do is call American Restoration 24/7. They get to work immediately to stop the danger and then to help remediate it and contain it and then rebuild. If you want them to, they'll do as much or as little as you want them to do, but the truth is your insurance company pays, but they only pay once. So if you get a bad company, you end up with a mess. But call American Restoration, get it done right. AmRest247.com. Here's the number, 8337-AM-REST.
Okay, what's your name, sir? Tony is your first name? All right, hang on for me.
I want to call this guy about credit consolidation. And I thought he asked me to call him yesterday, but what's his name? I don't have his name. But I want you to call him.
Okay, ma'am, are you familiar with our show at all? Okay, we're a radio show, so we only do on-air calls. So in order to get any sort of help or assistance, you would have to go on the radio with Tom. So are you comfortable with that? Okay. And what's your name? This is a city contractor that's doing something to your house? Alright, hang on for me. He'll be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
I don't know this guy's name, but they want information on credit card consolidation.
Hello, hello.
Yo,
Hi.
what's happening?
All right, I'm back.
Darn.
For now. No, I'm on. Hold on. Let me kill these eavesdroppers.
Hi, my name is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And he had forwarded me your number about an issue you're having with credit card consolidation. Do you want to
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. By the way, PetroliRoofing.com out of Colorado Springs has been with us for years, and Mike O'Malley's here. And I do have one quick question here for you on text. Where is it? Let me find it. Okay, on upgrading shingles, because I talked about Genesis doing upgrades from siding to stucco. So on the roof, upgrading shingles, if the whole roof's destroyed, does the insurance company, they want to know, ever allow for better shingles?
No, the insurance company itself is going to pay for what was on the roof before.
So if the price increase, though, then they get more, but they don't get a different roof.
That's right. But most companies right now will upgrade you for a nominal cost, if not free.
Will you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. We do. Sometimes, though, it's not in the homeowner's best interest to upgrade to a Class 4 impact-resistant shingle.
Why?
Well, you do get an insurance discount, but what happens is after 10 years, certain insurance companies depreciate the roof 50%. And so if your roof isn't replaced within that 10-year time frame, then you're going to be on the hook to pay for your own roof, even though you've had insurance. So
really?
you just have to be really careful.
Wait. But that's if you have actual cash value or ACV.
No, that's how it used to be. But insurance companies are changing to what's called an RSP, a roof scheduling program. To after 10 years, it'll go from an RCV.
A roof schedule? I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
It's what? So it's saying, is that just for impact resistant?
No, it's for all shingles.
Okay, I got to write this down. I never heard of such a thing. It's called
RSP.
Really?
Yeah, and so it's the insurance company's
Mark,
way
have
of
you
getting
heard of
out.
RSP? And so it stands for what? Roof Scheduling Program?
Yeah.
And that means that it will diminish your values for each year.
So instead of just having recoverable depreciation, which you would have
No,
on
I
a
get it.
RCV, yeah, they say
That's
nope,
a flat out all they pay.
After 10 years, it's your actual cash value.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so in those cases, like for me personally, I didn't put an impact-resistant shingle on my roof because I want to get it replaced before 10 years on the insurance company. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but hold
for
on.
me.
But if any roof you have to replace within 10 years, and you're betting you're going to have, no, because you're saying the hail-resistant one won't be replaced.
Won't be. Like it resists
Holy
enough.
crap.
Yeah, so it.
All right. I got to digest this for a while. I don't know if people are hearing this, but this is major information. Okay, now let's go to Richard. Richard, tell me about your speeding ticket.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, I'm there. Are you here? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for your many, many years of service. I've been listening to you from the 1980s. As a matter of fact, you helped me with another I had in the 80s. But in any case, I'll get to the point. I received a speeding ticket a week ago today in Frederick, Colorado, and on that particular ticket, there is a line item for you to sign to acknowledge that you received the ticket. I was never asked to sign it, but in that line, it stated valid Colorado CDL, which I do have. That's one thing. I don't know whether you know whether or not it is required for us as citizens to.
If you don't sign it, you don't have to sign it. However, if you did not sign it, and then you said you never got it, they would have to prove it. So it does make the burden shift to them. But if you lie about it and it's discovered, it's even more trouble. So it's really what they call substance over form. If you really did get it, even if you didn't sign for it, unless you're really pissed off at the system and want to make a stand, and you don't think there's a way with the camera in the car or body cam or anything that he got this license plate or she got the license plate, then I'm saying take your chance, but I would never lie about it.
Yeah, I'm not into lying about anything. But the other issue on the ticket is I actually wrote the city attorney an email and talked to her about this particular ticket, and she got back to me.
Why though? What about the ticket that bothers you?
Well, the other thing that bothers me about it, first of all, I have a system in my vehicle that warns me when I'm 5 mile an hour over the speed limit. It never was activated. But beyond that, there's another part in the ticket there. I was given the opportunity to pay a fine and have the ticket reduced from 4 points to 2 points. And on the back of the ticket, it shows that 2 points would go down as operating an unsafe vehicle. But the attorney told me, and you can help me out here, I hope, that actually is what they call a masking of what the true infraction was. So therefore, they're in the process of reprinting their tickets so that they comply with the federal law, is what she's told me. But on my particular ticket, it says it would go to 2 points operating an unsafe vehicle. I don't know. Can they arbitrarily just tell you that? And if they've told you that, is that legal? Is that enough for it to be legal?
Let's put it this way, okay? What they have done, and this has been going on for years, they would put down a lesser offense if you don't fight it, and it's like a plea deal, basically. Now, did you have an unsafe vehicle? Technically not. But would you rather have that than speeding? Then you agree to it. And if you agree to it, you agree to it. But like sometimes they'll put out a tail light or something. They'll say that. I don't know what they're talking about when they say that they have to comply.
Tom,
what's that, Mark?
There's quite a few insurance companies that look at a defective vehicle like a speeding ticket.
Of course,
In other words,
yeah.
that's
not like against the laws. What I'm saying is what he's doing is not against the law, but insurance companies have long ignored those, Mark. In fact, they'll ask you, was it really a defective vehicle or really a taillight, or was it masking? So the word masking comes from the insurance industry.
Well, when I looked it up online. It definitely has some implications of the anti-masking and what the municipalities are supposed to be doing. But I guess still my question is, if in fact on this particular ticket it says that it's an unsafe vehicle, operating an unsafe vehicle, can they arbitrarily change that in the system that they report to on our CDLs as an example to a 2-point speeding ticket?
Well, you're asking me, can they? When you say legally, I can't answer that. All I can tell you is they do it all the time. However, it says here specifically, because I looked up the CDL, it says for CDLs only, federal regulations prohibit it. So they can't. Now, this is something I didn't know until you mentioned a CDL, so I put in CDL with my search. And it says masking a speeding ticket is a common practice, taking a speeding violation and altering it and keeping it off the record by various means, such as making it a non-moving violation. However, if you hold a CDL, federal regulations prohibit masking on your license, so technically they can't do it.
So let me tell you how it goes down. This is my understanding, and I believe Joe Lazare is the one I got this from a long time ago. When you get a speeding ticket or whatever is issued to you and you either plea or fight it in court, whatever the outcome is what it is. Then it gets sent over to DMV. That's when it hits your driving record. Now, the issue is this with the CDL. They can look at the original charge, is my understanding.
That's right.
I'm not 100% sure.
They can.
So they can see the original charge was speeding, and you took the plea down to defective taillight or whatever it is. I'm not sure they do that with a normal driver's license.
They don't, Mark. Now, with a normal driver's license, an insurance company can charge you as if you had a speeding ticket if you tell them it was really for speeding. Most of the time they don't. But a commercial driver's license, you can't do it at all. You can't. It's absolutely, you're right, it's against the law. And with a CDL, it's not allowed.
You can still take the plea for whatever municipality or whoever you're dealing with, but the bottom line is everybody's going to know on your driving record that it was a speeding ticket.
Right, that's right. That's right. You can still take fewer points. You can still take fewer points.
That's right.
For sure. But on your CDL, it will show as a speeding violation.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I really wanted to know. And, it is what it is. It's a $120 fine, 4 points down to 2 points. It's probably not worth my time or money to actually.
But I'd like to ask you something. As a CDL holder, tell me about it. Do you get punished for speeding tickets way more than you would with a regular driver's license? Can it affect your ability to work?
Well, I think if it's over a period of time, you accumulate more than one, I think every year or so, it can affect that. Yes.
Okay.
So it's an important thing for me, although I'm retired and I still do a lot of driving for various companies and a lot of help out there. It could affect me if in fact I were to receive another, which, like I was saying, this was also in my personal vehicle. But, I don't know. It's just
now, obviously, we haven't talked about this, and that is you can dispute the whole thing and fight it. I mean, you're not guilty automatically. I mean, the chances of winning a speeding ticket are pretty slim, but you can also fight it. I got to move on to another call, but I wish you the best. 303-713-8255. Julie was cited for third-party damage. I don't even understand, or hired, a third party for damages to her home, or the city did. Tell me what you're doing. The city hired someone who damaged your home. Is that what I'm reading in these notes, Julie?
Not really.
Okay,
So,
go ahead and tell your story.
city
Kachina, this note line you put here has me confused as hell. Go ahead and let me know what's going on, Julie.
Sure. So the city that I live in, their building department hires a third-party company to run the building department.
Oh.
So they are the ones that work. They are the ones that give out the permits for the permitted work. They're the ones that approve or deny the work done.
Yeah, so they have a private contractor doing this.
A third-party company, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
They're
meant.
nationwide.
Okay.
Yeah. So long story short, last year in May of 2023, there was major hailstorms. I got hail damage. Obviously, I needed roofers to come give me estimates, and I had one roofer say to me, like, that this is all wrong, as in the work that was done, which was new in 2020. And so then I'm like, what do you mean it's wrong? Because I don't know anything about roofing.
So in 2020, when you had the roof done, was it also because of hail?
Yeah.
And the roofer that was looking at the most recent damage said, hey, this previous job was done all wrong.
Right. Because there wasn't enough vents, and then there was, I don't know if you know anything about the pitch, but I've learned an awful lot. The pitch that my roofs, I have two roofs, they're below a 212. With a 212 or below roof, you cannot have 3-tab shingles on it.
Okay, now is that right, Mike O'Malley? Do you know about that? Just put that mic closer to you, bro.
Yeah, it's right. You have to go with the low slope roofing
Take
material.
a break when you can, buddy.
All right, I got to take a break. I'll come right back and see where we're going with this, Julie. I think she's going to blame the third party because they were inspecting. We'll have more coming up. They enjoy the same immunity as the city.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
Just got to know about it again. Her insurance company
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Over on the southwest end of town, C470 eastbound before Bowles Avenue, we've got a crash in the left lane with stopping of traffic back from US 285. We're seeing a 10-minute delay there. Heading out west into the high country, I-70 eastbound between Mount Blue Sky, exit 240, and Idaho Springs. Road construction in the right lane has stopping of traffic back from Fall River Road. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another hot one out there today, kids. It's a high of 96 degrees, overnight low of 62, tomorrow high 97. The current temperature in Denver is 88 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your car, home, motorcycle, commercial auto, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney I hope you never need, but people always need help if they get injured. One of the most common questions, what is my case worth? Now that may sound like weirdness to you or greed, but it's not. It's a true inquiry most people have because they want to know, is it worth pursuing? Am I barking up the wrong tree? What should I do? John Fuller will answer that question straight out. He'll give you his best impression based on his many years of experience. And then he'll tell you if it's worth pursuing based on if you can collect or not and how you collect. And he looks at the whole case free of charge up front. You talk to him before you hire him. Yeah, most companies don't do that. Most law firms make you go through a committee or a call center. Now, here's what happens. If you hire John Fuller, he works on a percentage fee basis, and he'll give you his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. You will, as I say, notice the difference. Find out what your case is worth and how to pursue it. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co, 597-4500.
What was all the hubbub about the hail-proof roofing? I missed it. I'm seeing all kinds of shit on
Mark,
Facebook.
it's really good information. Think about this now. If you have a hail-proof roof, most likely, most hail, you won't have to replace it. Okay?
Of course not.
So, if it lasts you without replacing it for 10 years, each year you have it depreciates a certain amount under certain policies. And if your policy, you probably don't have this policy, but what they're starting to do with these roofs is they're starting to schedule them where they depreciate them a certain amount each year, and that's the only amount they'll pay for that roof if it's destroyed. So
my F-Wave has a 20-year, no problem warranty.
No, that's okay then.
How do you depreciate plastic?
Well, they don't. They don't do it because of it actually depreciating. It's called a roof schedule is what he's telling me. Okay? And the roof schedule says that every year it goes down in value as far as what they will pay to replace it.
So are you guys saying they would do that on, for example, a slate roof, a concrete roof as well?
Yeah, so different materials have a different schedule.
Yeah.
But
they're starting to do it with new policies, Mark, for everyone.
So what would F-Wave be?
I'd have to look at what the insurance
But
says
Mark,
about
you don't have that kind of policy yet. They're going to these...
No, I know that, but that's unbelievable information. If
I know it. So now, you see, we used to tell people to look out for ACV policies or for percentage of value policies. Now there's a new thing called roof scheduling program.
Yeah, I dig it.
So that roof scheduling program, you could end up with no coverage.
A cement roof.
Well, hold on. It never goes down to zero, right? It goes to 50% or what?
Well, I mean, if let's say it's a 30-year shingle and you have 30 years, it'll go to zero, right? Because you've outlived the depreciable amount. But yeah, the biggest way to think of it is after, let's say 10 years, some are as soon as 7 years, but after 10 years, it transitions from an RCV essentially to an ACV policy without you knowing because they stopped calling it an ACV policy.
But Michael, how about this? What's the difference if it's a Class 4 shingle by whomever or a Class 3? Wouldn't they both do it?
Maybe I don't understand your question. So,
what's the difference between if you had a hail-proof roof or not a hail-proof?
Well, here's why. Because most likely, if it's not hail-proof, the insurance will pay for it within that 10 years, and it will depreciate it will schedule very little of the value off.
Yeah, so essentially, for me personally, my choices are I'd rather get a new roof every 7 years than have a roof that lasts 20 years.
And then have to pay for all of it.
Have to pay for all of it, yeah.
God, I wouldn't. I got a $5,000 deductible.
Yeah, but I mean, so do the math on it.
Yeah, but how much would that roof cost, Mark? Let's say your roof lasts... Okay, so let's say it lasts 20 years. And you have to replace it. You're going to have to pay 20 grand. I mean, 50, whatever it is at the time, 80, whatever.
Yeah,
versus $5 grand to pay the
I get the logic, but it's just different for every. It's different for every
But
situation.
what Mark said is this: if it's non-hail-proof, you still schedule it. They're still scheduling it, right?
Yeah.
So you're still going to have to
everything. The insurance companies are trying to get out of being in the roofing business, essentially in Colorado,
or anywhere where it's high risk.
Right.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Julie, I think I understand the problem. So in your city, the building department is run by a private company because the municipality hires a private company to do it. This is not unheard of. There are private companies that run water systems, sewage systems, private companies that do street maintenance. And in this case, they say, run our building department. Okay. In running the building department, I know you're going to make the case because of how you presented it that they erred in their inspections of your roof 3 years ago when it was replaced, and it cost, and it was done improperly. They used the improper shingle. What else was done wrong?
At that time, that's all I knew. And then when I got my roof replaced in September of 2023, I had my roofer and we were up there. When they tore off the shingles, you could see mold. The decking was improper. They used plywood in certain areas where they placed it. There's millions of gaps within the boards.
What do you mean it was improper? They didn't lay it down right?
No, they did not. I don't know how you lay it right if you got a 2-inch gap between boards.
So you're saying that this roof was never, you're saying this roof was never inspected properly. Had it been inspected properly, it would have been laid down properly and you would not have had the additional damage.
Correct. If they would have come to see the decking and not approved it,
I get it.
Roofers would have had to redo it.
That's exactly what I just said. Then you wouldn't have had the damage. We can get right to that point, and I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Okay, if what you're saying is true, they put it on improperly, it wasn't inspected, and as a result you have additional damage, what I need to ask you is, what's that additional damage?
My siding is bubbling, like it's like wavy, like from the moisture. And I've also had ceiling damages.
Then you need a public adjuster because your insurance will cover additional damage. It's going to be easier to get your insurance to cover it, and I'm going to tell you why. The governmental immunity will extend to private companies who are hired by the municipality. So you're going to have the worst time in the world if you think you're going to sue the city for this neglect or for this oversight. It's going to be really, really difficult. Your insurance covers all of this stuff. If it's a result of this damage, it's going to be covered.
But see, the hail didn't cause the damage. It's the 3 years of the rain and snow melting on the roof.
Unfortunately, that's right. And however, now you're right. If it's normal wear and tear or lack of maintenance,
they might deny the coverage.
It could be denied depending on how it's presented. I was going to recommend that you consult a public adjuster to see if you can get it covered by your insurance. Because I'm going to tell you this, Julie, unless I'm sadly mistaken, which I'm usually not, you're either going to get it covered by your insurance company or you're going to have no coverage. And to sue the city, what do you think that's going to cost you? It's going to cost you way more. You're going to lose. You can't sue them because that company has governmental immunity. Well, actually, you can sue them. There's a process. But it's going to be, I don't think you're going to get anything, is what I'm saying.
But see, I'm not. Initially, I started a claim. There's a claim filed with that company's professional liability insurance.
Good. And what are they saying?
But they're the ones that, they're lying left and right and sending letters to the roofing company telling them thumbs up, great job, we passed this.
But what? Tell me what you put in a claim. That third party running the building department. Are they saying to you, yes, you can put a claim in with our insurance, right?
I don't need their permission. I did it.
Okay. Well, actually, they cooperated, though, because you found out who they're... Whatever. I don't care how you word it. But they are not opposing you putting in a claim. If their insurance wants to pay it, they're not going to oppose it. Is that right?
They are opposing it.
Okay, see, that's what I meant. So they're not giving you they are opposing it. Under what grounds are they opposing the claim you put into their insurance?
They are stating that my roof pitches are over a 212 when they have no proof.
Okay, so they're doing it on a factual basis, which is good. They're not invoking governmental immunity, are they?
I wouldn't think so.
No, I mean, they never mentioned it, right? They never mentioned government immunity, right?
No.
And their insurance company did not mention it, right?
Correct.
That's good news. So if it comes down to simply proving the pitch of the roof, That's way easier than if they claim governmental immunity. So is that the big issue now, that you don't have a 212 pitch?
That's their claim, yes.
So if you show them proof with an engineer who measures it that you have a 212 roof, then they have to pay the claim, right? Because they're not protesting the claim.
Correct.
So why haven't you done that?
I sent them pictures.
Pictures aren't going to do it.
Within my claim, I sent.
Pictures aren't going to do it.
No, I need like a professional.
Yeah, you actually do, but this is good news. See, I am happy for you, Julie, because they never even mentioned, forget it, Julie, we're covered under the city's immunity. They never mentioned that. If they're so stupid as to mention that's not a 212 pitch, and you can easily prove it is, well, then you took their argument away. You're going to get it covered.
Okay.
So here's what I want to know. Michael O'Malley with Petrali Roofing. Who does she get? Like, why won't they take a roofer's word for it that it's a 212?
Well, it's easy to manipulate the pictures and see that, hey, look, this is, like, I could go and say this is a 212 or a 212.
So she needs really an engineer.
An engineer would, probably somebody that stamps it and says, hey, look, this is a 212, and is willing to put their reputation on it.
I think once you do that, you're going to have it. I mean, in my opinion, we got to take this break. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Over on the southwest end of town, C470 eastbound before
Like an
Bowles
engineer
Avenue, we've got a crash in the
$500
left
will come
lane
out or something
with
like
stop and
that,
go
say,
traffic
say,
back
yeah,
from
this is what
US
it is,
285.
and
We're
these
seeing a
damages
10-minute
caused by
delay
it.
there. Heading out west into the high country, I-70 eastbound between Mount Blue Sky, exit 240, and Idaho Springs. Road construction in the right lane has stop and go traffic back from Fall River Road. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's another hot one out there today, kids. It's a high of 96 degrees, overnight low of 62, tomorrow high 97. The current temperature in Denver is 88 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join their growing team. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. That's progressive.com/careers.
If you want free second opinions on replacement of equipment, or if you even need to replace it, call Fix It 24/7. Now, I've known this company for years, and they promise to come out free of charge, no call charge, to tell you if you need a replacement. And if you do, they'd like to take a shot at your business, and shopping never hurts, does it? Also, if it needs a repair, that they will give you a quote on up front as well. Free second opinions, fixmyhome.com, 720-526-3939. Window coverings come in all shapes and sizes, and it makes it a very difficult job if you try to do it yourself. So many people say do it yourself. Not even two openings are the same size. Not really when you get right down to it. And Made in the Shade will come and measure all of that free of charge, along with a designer to suggest the proper window coverings for the spaces. You can pick whatever level of technology you want, solar powered, battery powered, cell phone operated, whatever you want, they have. Made in the Shade. And then you can have everything guaranteed, including the materials and labor. Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co, 720-458-6566.
I won't do that. Oh my God.
That's funny.
I'll just steal your headphones.
All right, we're going to have a new rib off here soon, guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Did we have one?
Yeah, we did it might have been 2 years. I don't remember. It's been a while. I'm pretty sure
Mark, I have to leave early tomorrow.
That's fine.
Okay, good.
What time?
Just a few minutes or whatever. Maybe,
okay,
unless maybe you want just a whole hour, I could just do that. But
or you can just retire and call it.
Yeah, I could.
It's your call.
I don't know what's wrong with me. If I had a spare rib, I would just ask. Oh. I don't believe what Shannon was saying about the Olympics.
What was he saying?
He says there's 100% male boxers identifying as females and kicking the hell out of females.
I don't know if it's true. I don't even know if the Olympics allows that. I don't think they do. Geez, that'd be crazy. I don't know if that's correct. I would find that crazy. Okay, I'm reading here that transgender swimmer Leah Thomas will not be allowed to compete in the Olympics.
Okay, so that was Shannon trying to get me all worked up.
It says the Court of Arbitration for Sport panel of 3 judges dismissed Thomas' request for arbitration with the World Aquatics governing body. Hey, imagine that.
Yeah, she looks like she could kick my ass.
6.5 foot, 200 pound with the stretch of the Birdman can't compete against women, even though her name is Leah. I was watching beach volleyball. I love watching that. It's 2 people on each team. Now imagine, just simply because of height, imagine if trans men could play, or whatever, I know I'm not saying that right, could play against the women. It would be absolutely insanity. It would be like 21-0 every time.
Is anybody worried about the biological male in the female boxing competitions?
Oh, that's the one he was talking about, wasn't he? Did I say swimmer? I meant
why do they allow that but not swimming?
I meant that, by the way, when I said swimming, I meant boxing. That's what Shannon was talking about.
Ah, yeah.
Why would they allow in one sport but not another? Is it up to individual what?
You're breaking in and out there, Mark.
What's that?
You're breaking up.
Oh, bad? Hold on.
Yeah, he destroyed this female, destroyed her. One is 100% male. 100% male.
In the Olympics.
Yep, 100% male. Just calls himself a different name. This poor woman got the crap beat out of her.
God, I
10
can't
seconds,
believe
guys.
they allow that.
Ted Cruz, he joins me today. Also, General Michael Flynn, a show you do not want to miss. It's the Joe Pag Show, tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Rhonda has a follow-up with T-Mobile. This was the weird one. Hold on, Rhonda.
Is 100%.
Let me get rid of that. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Rhonda. So your cell was damaged, and you wanted to replace.
Can I ask you a really huge favor, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell Deputy Doc that I said hi? He delivered my daughter 31 years ago.
Are you kidding me? Whoa!
No, and it was a tough delivery. So
I remember her
really
distinctly,
tough
Rhoda.
delivery.
Wait, you remember Rhonda's daughter specifically?
No, I was just kidding.
Oh, okay.
My daughter was breech, and she had her legs up in the air.
How many breaches did you do, Doc?
Oh, a lot. You know, there's like maybe 5% of births, 5 to 10% of breach.
Well, here, my husband worked on your wife's car. My best friend bought your wife's car.
Oh, wow.
And you know, Deputy Doc said when he delivers a baby, he would always say, "Now that's one of the cutest babies I've ever seen."
Oh, but mine was.
They all are.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Okay. So Doc, she says hello. Isn't that cool? Anyway,
That is cool.
So you said that you wanted to replace the screen, and you paid a $99 deductible under the assurance plan, and they sent you a new phone, right? And charged you $400 or a refurbished phone.
They sent me the
wrong phone. I know
phone
you had a
first.
problem there, but eventually, the bottom line is they need proof of delivery of your old phone before they'll credit your account. We'll come back to you on that because I'm out of time, and I want to give you some time to answer it. We have that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino, also PetroliRoofing.com in the house.
Okay, wait a minute. This whole boxing thing's a little different, though.
What do you mean a little different?
Well, are we talking about the Korean guy?
Hold on. Is he Korean?
I think there's two.
I don't know, Mark. I don't know if he's Korean.
Go ahead and
His name is Hergy Basayandan. Is that who you're talking about?
No. No, not the one
I
I'm
don't know
looking
who
at.
you're talking about.
I'm not, okay. Let me see the name of the guy. Hold on. Okay. The name is, hold on. Eligibility after both fighters were disqualified in 23. Hold on. I'm trying to find his name. There's two of them.
I've got Imani Khalif and Taiwan's Lin Yu Ting.
God, I don't know who the hell I'm looking at then.
That's what the Olympic Committee says. They don't know who they're looking at either. Ugh.
Okay, the one I saw was Iman.
God, it's almost like it's hard to find. It's like Google is like hiding this shit.
Yeah, IMANEKHELIF. That's the one where I'm watching the video of him knocking the shit out of this girl. Iman Khalif.
Mark, are you saying that Google suppresses results?
Oh, I know. It's incredible, isn't it? Okay, here's the one I was reading. It has nothing to do with this boxer. But think about this. I don't know the answer to this one. How about someone born in Doc? If Doc's listening, I have no idea the amount, but how many people are born with both chromosomes, XY? What is that referred to? Doc?
Is Doc there?
That's a loaded question. What is that called? A hermaphrodite or something?
You know, I don't really know. I mean,
Hermaphrodite is someone who doesn't identify as a
No, it says an organism having both male and female sex organs. So how would they compete? Now, I realize there's not a lot of these, but, I mean, honestly, I guess either or, right? Well, fuck you all.
No, I think at that point it depends on the testosterone levels of that individual.
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. If they have both, what happens if they have the same amount of estrogen as a normal woman and have testosterone? I just don't know, man. And then what happens if truly on your birth certificate you were born with XY and you were put down on the birth certificate as a female? Because that's where a lot of these Olympians or a lot of these sports go. It's what's on your birth certificate, not what you're claiming to be at any given second.
now, Mark, like it or not, the U.S. the World Olympic Committee does not go by your birth certificate. It goes by your identification. And then they do testing. Hold on, they do testosterone and I don't know what other testing. They do some testing.
Well, how come like that swimmer couldn't go then?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know the rules. I just don't understand any of it.
Did you see that boxer? Beat the living shit out of this woman. It's a guy. In the Olympics. Yeah, it's a deal, man. It's crazy.
About keeping his rental on there? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, make sure the rental is on there.
It is.
And make sure the actual...
I mean, I wonder if Leah Thomas feels good beating the shit out of all these girls.
Hold on, let me...
She basically beats all.
Oh, the trailer needs to be added
Oh, okay, and then
to the umbrella.
I already know this is the insurance renewal. It renews in a couple of weeks for
A rental.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm
just-
gonna just get it paid.
Yeah, of course, just pay it.
Okay.
And then just pay her, well, I'll wait till they send it, but I'll just want to pay her whole year's rent. Good stock market day, people.
Have you been?
You know, we could do, if we had enough people that wanted to come to the rib off, maybe we could do it in the iHeart parking lot. But, I mean, we'd have to have a lot of people that want to come.
So they said that Leah Thomas, when she did her hormone replacement and testosterone suppression, that
Hey
her
guys, I'll
time
be just a few minutes.
that her time slowed down by 15 seconds. What? Man, I'm on the air. What's happening?
10 seconds here, guys.
Okay, no problem. I'll see you. We're going to have
By the minute.
Kamala! We have an election to win. Unqualified.
Bigger than 2020. We're talking about it.
Who knows what's going to happen?
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're here to help you solve problems and answer questions, take complaints. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com for the best shower conversions ever. Beautiful, beautiful walls like stone, look like stone, feel like stone, stone resin, no maintenance required, glass panels on the front, and diffused or clear. And then you can have the wraparound, no door needed, smooth thresholds to transition over without needing to step over anything. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 2 or 3 days, and then you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. RenewHomeInnovations.com. So Rhonda called with T-Mobile problem, and she said that they promised, we had one deputy call and they promised it would, I know what happened. I told you to wait because they promised it would be done by July 31st, which is today. And so I wanted to know if they did finish. Did you get your phone?
No. So what I did get my phone, but what happened is
I mean
they
your
called
credit.
yesterday. Oh no, T-Mobile did a conference call with a lady named Ruth from T-Mobile. Did a conference call with Kenya from Assurant, and she said that the documentation of the lady I talked to the day before, Liz, wasn't in there at all.
Come on.
Someone at 11 a.m. said that it'll take 1 to 2 more billing cycles.
Are you kidding me? You've been waiting since when to get this credit?
Since March 21st.
That's when you first sent in your phone.
No, my phone was there March 10th.
And
the
okay,
phone
got
was
it.
3-1, and then the second phone was 310, and then we received our bill from
So we're
T-Mobile,
talking
so then I
about
called
4
them.
full months they've had your phone.
Yes. And now they can't find it.
And they have not credited you, and they're charging you $400.
$480, $83.80.
So when you were on the phone, what did they suggest you do at Verizon? Not Verizon, at what cell phone plan are you on?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. What did
they suggested I set a payment plan up for it?
Yeah, but if
And
T-Mobile
they said
is
that
on
they can't get rid of the bill.
What do you mean they can't get rid of the bill? Okay.
And it's a company that they sold us the insurance to.
And are you saying when you say the Assurant or Assurance?
Assurant with a T.
Okay.
My husband kindly wrote that in the notes I see.
Okay, so right now you haven't paid it, but it's
No.
on your bill.
Yes.
Gosh, dang it. And T-Mobile
And they're
says
giving
sorry.
T-Mobile's giving me a credit hold until August 10th.
What does that mean?
They won't start collecting again until after August 10th.
So they're going to wait until then to see if you get a credit.
Yeah, which I won't, because it's going to be one to 2 more billing cycles.
Did
again.
Assurance say why it takes so long to issue a credit?
They say it's because they can't find the phone in the warehouse. They have proof that they have it. They have the
Well, then why is that
tracking
your
information.
problem? This thing is
I don't know.
crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, somebody's got to call them. I mean, this is ridiculous. We got to call these people. They're just jerking you around. I mean, it's not, look, you have a receipt, it was sent. They even agree that they received it. So if they lost it, that shouldn't be your problem. Who do we have that can explain that to these morons?
I don't know, because I try to call them and I cannot get through. They tell me what number I'm calling from, and they don't let me get through.
We can probably get through. You have the initial number to call. Do you have someone there you've been talking to at Assurant?
No, because they've ceased to communicate with me unless I go through T-Mobile. I can call T-Mobile, and they can take our password and make a phone call to Assurant with me on a line and do a conference call. That's the only way I can talk to Assurant. And that's what they did yesterday. They called me.
So T-Mobile is your bridge between them.
Yep.
And T-Mobile heard them say they have proof they have the phone.
They heard them say that several times now.
Then why won't T-Mobile say to them or advocate for you?
They're not advocating for me at all.
Anybody have any ideas?
This started in February, so...
Yeah, this thing sucks. I'm looking up Assurant, because we really need to get to them directly. Somebody at Assurant has to care. And, man, any ideas?
And they're not documenting their phone calls, so obviously, because they don't have any entry for me talking to Liz 2 days ago that guaranteed me 24 to 48 hours.
No, they're just... Yeah. And you can't sue because you haven't paid it yet.
Right.
Is Mark still on? Is he still on or not? I wanted to run that by him.
I kind of feel like T-Mobile should be responsible because we paid the insurance through them.
Okay.
We purchased it.
We're going to, you know what, Doc, can you call T-Mobile for her and start there at least? You're listening to this problem, right?
Yeah, I can try.
Because here's what I would say. It's a very simple thing. You've been on a conference call several times and verified they got the phone. They just said they can't place where it is. That's not her problem. She's done everything she's supposed to do. I mean, you're the one selling this damn insurance policy. Or we got to get a contact at Assurant and call them. I would at least, Doc, at least start making some calls and see if we can get someone at T-Mobile, maybe even in media or something that can help.
Yeah, I'll try the media relations. Tom.
Yeah, and say, look, this is ridiculous what's happening to this woman. She just doesn't want to be charged for the phone she sent back. All right, Rhonda, hold on. Craig, what's going on with you, Craig? Welcome to the show.
Hey, real quick, I've been listening with you since the mid-'80s, so
wow,
40 years now.
I got all of these listeners calling in about the 80s. This is so cool. What's happening with you?
We're all getting old, sir.
Yes, well, hey. Yeah, I guess we are. I guess we are.
I've used many of your referral folks. Been with Smiths for the last 4 years. You're clear choice. But this call is just to give a shout out, if I can.
Sure, you can.
For one of his troops, Jacob, with the trolley. We've met a few times. I just signed a contract with Jacob yesterday to do my roof. But one thing with Jacob, he's been really patient in helping me to understand, like the actual cash value, how the recoverable and depreciation works and all that. So I understand really what I'm getting into, what's going on, how this gets paid, and everything. So just a quick shout out to Jacob. Jacob's one of his son's birthdays today, so you can give that a shout out to him too. Thank you.
Thank you, man, for waiting to tell them. And who is Jacob, Mike? Who is Jacob that he's talking about?
Man, Jacob is he's just a dynamite guy. I tell you, I've met Jacob, and you know how you just get a feeling for somebody.
How long has he been
Jacob
with
had
you?
owned a painting company. He's been with us for about a year now.
Yeah,
and,
he's good, huh?
He's just dynamite. Like, he's a person that you want to be a friend with, not just someone that you want to work with.
That's cool.
Now, he's got like 6 kids, so I can't tell you which one of his birthdays they are. Like, but I tell you, man, all of his kids are dynamite. They wear like little bow ties, and they're just the cutest little things. But yeah, Jacob is one of the best. But we're really selective in who we hire. You know, they carry our reputation with us, and Jacob exemplifies what we do at Petrelli Roofing. So what a wonderful call. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we do appreciate the feedback. Trust me, we got more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter.
About 10 seconds here, buddy, and we got Fuller on the phone ready when you are.
And Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
So let's talk to John Fuller, personal injury attorney. One of the things I always say when I talk about John is I say, unlike a lot of firms, you get direct access to John. He's the one handling your case. He has pledged to take only the number of cases that he can work directly. You even get his cell phone that you can call or text at any time. So here's the question. Is that important? I mean, really direct access to the attorney handling your case. John, can you talk to us about that part?
Well, sure I can. I think it's critically important. You know, when you watch these television ads and you see some of these big firms, and if you knew a little bit about them, you would know that some of these firms have 30 and 40 attorneys working for them. And when you call and hire that firm, you just get the next guy or gal that's up in the rotation. And so you rarely, if ever, will make contact with or hear from the named attorney that you see on the television or anything like that. At my firm, however, you get me. You get me on every single case. And the benefit of a small firm is that we have a really experienced team that works super closely together with all of our clients. And by the time the case is done, you're going to know everybody in my firm. But if push comes to shove, not only will my staff put you through to me, but you'll have my personal cell number and you can contact me directly if ever you have a question. And believe me, Tom, questions come up. And sometimes you just need to be able to talk directly to your attorney, and I make myself available for every single client. So I think it's important. If we can ever help you at the Fuller Law Firm, just give us a call. We'd be happy to talk through.
And it's easy to contact him, My Accident Lawyer. Remember that, myaccidentlawyer.co. And you can call 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. 4500. And again, myaccidentlawyer.co. Think Colorado, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, if you want to save some money around the house with AC, I can tell you firsthand from my experience, firsthand, I'm a customer, a real honest-to-God paying customer of the Quiet Cool Whole House fan. I absolutely love this product. I use it all the time. Now, you can use it any number of ways because what it does is destratifies the air in your home. It evens out temperatures so you don't have really hot temps high and cooler temperatures low. Just evening it out and making it cooler throughout helps to save money on AC, that alone. But if you use it in the morning with cooler air or in the evening with cooler air, you sometimes don't even need AC or your AC works very little. And then, of course, you can also use it. Let's say, a lot of people would keep their air on all day because when they get home, it takes so long to cool it down. So what they would do is leave their air on a little, right? Well, now you don't have to. You get home after a hot day, you can turn on that whole house fan and woof, your house is cooled down in no time. QC Colorado, and let me tell you, I am a customer and I love it. You will love yours. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. The Art of Granite. Get a price right now on the phone. theartofgranite.com. They'll give you a price on all of their granite countertops, quartz countertops, whatever countertop you want. In fact, you pay wholesale for materials, tear out and haul aways free. They also have other incentives. Like, for example, if you can get a piece big enough in their remnant yard, you get the materials free. You just pay for fabrication and installation. Why don't you call them? See what they have available. Get your price, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
I've got to be back down in the Springs by 3. Do you mind if I cut out?
No, whenever you need to.
All right. I'm reading a book on, it's called The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry. Do you think that Americans are too busy in general?
Oh, for sure. But what are they saying about it?
Just incredible, the amount of time that Americans
just are busy.
Yeah. And how our normal complaint is, or we think the solution
10 seconds,
is
guys.
more time, right?
Local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. I got Mike O'Malley with me from Petrali Roofing, and we were talking about this thing that is causing some confusion because I got some text on it, and they want us to clarify it. And it's called scheduling, or the official word. And in fact, I'm wondering, you know what? We should get Compass Insurance Group on too to talk about it. But it's called, what's the official word?
So some people will call it a roof surface payment schedule. Some will call it a roof payment schedule. Different insurance companies have different terms, but.
Okay. And basically, what does it say?
It says that over or after a certain time period, your roof will transition from an RCV policy to an ACV policy. And so that cutoff is about 10 years.
So they take a little bit away from your coverage every year.
Yeah, so...
And by the way, this won't happen to you unless you have this kind of policy,
right,
which they're starting with. So you probably don't have it, but look out for it. Yeah. When they say you have a roof scheduling program, it means they're going to pay a certain amount each year for 10 years. And then it goes down a tenth, maybe not a tenth, but it goes down over 10 years. And then at the end of 10 years, is it only 50% covered? Or
yeah, it's like for a normal 30-year shingle or asphalt shingle, after 10 years, you'll only get like a 50% recoverable cost on that. So it's an ACV policy.
Do you think basically everything's going to move to that eventually?
For insurance sake, especially in high-risk areas, that's where they're moving, right? It's a losing game for insurance in Colorado right now, and the House doesn't like to lose.
Yeah. So, Kachina, if you could, just put a quick call into Compass. I want to know about this. So what they're saying is this. If you have a roof that's going to last because it's hail resistant, is that really helping you? Well, technically, you can go through several storms without ever getting replaced, right? So let's say it goes on for 10 years and you never had to replace it under insurance. In the 10th year, it might only be covered by 50%. Mm-hmm. So does it depreciate after that or not?
Yeah, it'll continue to depreciate down to whatever that expected life of the roof is. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just 10 years.
So after 10 years, you won't have any recoverable depreciation.
Okay.
Right? And then it's going to continue to depreciate the actual cash value of that roof down to zero. If it's a 20-year roof, after 10 years.
So really what they're saying is it's going to be actual cash value eventually.
Yep.
And so you have a roof, you're going to pay for your roof.
Yeah, exactly. They think that it's something that you should
Because, if you think about it, I know this doesn't sound I mean, I don't really like insurance companies, but really it is more fair. I mean, if you think about it, most people would keep a roof as long as they possibly can, sure, because they know eventually they'll get a new one. And if you think about it, to replace a 40-year roof or a 30-year roof with a brand new one because you had a hailstorm, to me it doesn't make sense. I can't believe that it was part of your policy to begin with, actual replacement value. Mm-hmm. I mean, because if you think about it, who does replacement value? Cars don't do it. I can't think of any other insurance that does full replacement value. I can't. That's why I want to talk to Compass. I want to know if they have any that they can recall that does the full replacement value. Now, actual cash value, ACV, that means really, I don't know why they put cash in it. They could just call it actual value. What it means is whatever something is worth is what you get. Mm-hmm. With car insurance, that's what you get. Whatever it's worth is what you get. If your car's worth $100,000, you don't get a replacement for that. You get, if it's $50,000, you get 50. If it's a $30,000 car, you get 15 if it's a few years old. I mean, you never get what you paid for it. But with roofing, you would get more than you paid for it in most cases. Mm-hmm. So I think the whole industry is going that way. I don't think there'll ever be a time in the future you can get full replacement on a roof.
Yeah, I mean, from an insurance standpoint, it's a much safer or
for the insurance company.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you go with this kind of roof, then maybe people say, why shouldn't I go with a better roof? Because then I'll have it longer. The chances of me replacing it are nil. But you're saying, well, if you have a regular asphalt roof and have to replace it with a storm, because you know you're going to get a storm within 10 years, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But isn't it still depreciated?
It is, but you'll fall within the replacement cost value portion of that insurance policy.
What does that mean?
So it means that they'll pay the actual cost to replace the full value of the roof. So if it's a $20,000 roof and you're within 10 years, they'll pay you the $20,000.
Even on a hail-packed resistant roof, if it was destroyed, but
right.
it just doesn't get destroyed.
It just doesn't get destroyed.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So an asphalt roof, you will get full replacement for the first 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. So
So in other words, so what they're saying is most roofs will get full replacement for 10 years.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But after 10 years, you start getting sadly diminished values.
Sadly diminished, yeah. And so for me, I'd rather reset that 10-year time clock.
Right, I get it.
Every 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, get a new roof every 5 to 7 years, as opposed to keeping that one for 20 and being popped for 80 grand.
Yeah, and like for me, I'm paying full price for my insurance cost. I'd like to get exactly what they're promising me.
In other words, the discount you get on insurance will not make up for that roof.
Right.
I never looked at it that way. And I hope people are understanding what we're saying. That he's saying that a lot of policies are going right now to 10-year full replacement only. At the end of the 10th year, it reverts to ACV.
Yeah.
Which means that if you have an asphalt roof and you have to replace it in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years, you're going to get full replacement. Most likely, you're never going to replace the hail-resistant roof within 10 years. Now, some people say, so what's wrong with that? Well, nothing's wrong with that. But then at the 10th year, now that roof is no longer worth what it was worth. It's worth a depreciated value. And Mark asked, how do you depreciate plastic? Well, they do.
They do, yeah.
There's a schedule. And no matter what, that schedule is going to be paid, not the full replacement value.
Sure.
So you could end up, even though it's hail resistant and you got a discount on your insurance, theoretically in 15 years, you could be popped with such a giant bill. Mm-hmm. Now, what happens if someone buys the house? If you leave, do they take up that? Can they get it full replacement for the first 10 years or not?
No, it depends on the policy, because they'll come out and they'll say, oh, let's pull up the permit records and see when it was replaced.
And say, oh, this roof is 10 years old,
right.
So it's no longer
only
replaced.
Qualify for this, right? And so especially for buyers, it's important to have that in the roof, right? It's saying, hey, how old is this roof? Can we get it replaced in the contract?
Okay, by the way, when I talk about GrossmanWellness.com, it's because I am a patient. Now, normally if someone else said that, it'd be against HIPAA, but I can tell you I go there. And I go there every 3 months for blood work, examinations. I go and I can call or text at any time for fabulous medical health service, health care, preventive and proactive, not reactionary. Although he'll help me if I get a sore throat or something. Here's the thing. Be part of that program. You get all your supplements, your prescriptions, and you get your blood tests and all of it for a small monthly fee. I call it small compared to all of the cost of all of that separately. GrossmanWellness.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
It's a clean drive throughout the Denver Metro for the most part. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. You're going to see some slowdowns between I-270 and I-76. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Over on the southwest end of town, C-470 eastbound before Bowles Avenue. We've got a crash in the left lane with stop and go back from US 285. About a 10-minute delay there. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to the IA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, but it's a hot one out there today, folks. High of 96 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 62, high 97 tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 91 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Insurance makes it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Discount bath are words you don't normally hear in the same sentence. Discount bath takes it seriously. And they have a new website, which is really great, discountbath.com. You can go on the Get Started button, and they will send you a video link, and then you can upload videos. They can give you prices on the phone that come really close to the real deal. Plus, they do tear out and haul away free of charge as part of their service. They can do a half bath, a whole bath. They can do a master bath, or I guess you're supposed to call them not master suites anymore, but whatever the hell you call them. They can do your main bedroom suite bath. They can do beautiful, luxurious baths or quick baths for your rentals. And here's another thing. Maybe you just have one stubbed in the basement. They can do your basement baths or a stubbed in bath anywhere you want it. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and you always hear me say this. I hope you don't need him, and of course I hope you don't need him. Now, people make stupid mistakes sometimes when they try to calculate what to drink or smoke when they're smoking weed and they drive and they're not safe, or they're just over the limit. Whatever it is, you need an attorney to get through the system. Sometimes maybe you're falsely accused or you have extenuating circumstances. Joe Lazara always recommends a designated driver. But listen, if you are facing any prosecution, criminal charges, you do need an attorney on your side. Joseph A. Lazara, Lazzara, 303-429-6200, 429-6200, or get him on referralist.com. How much time do I have?
4.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, sir.
If I'm shopping insurance right now, so Compass sent me over some stuff. I want to run something by you roofing-wise.
Yes, sir.
So I have that F-Wave. The warranty is pretty insane on it. I mean, even it's just pretty insane. You know the product, right?
Yeah, it's a good product.
So, and we're not going to be here. We're not going to be here most likely another 5 years.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter. My point is that roof warranty, before they start prorating or doing anything, is around 10. I'm really not worried about hail.
Right.
I just simply am not. But
yeah, I don't blame you.
they're saying I can save a shitload if I went with a 2% on hail. Just wind hail would be a 2%. Everything else would be whatever. I can look at that, but probably 5,000. In my case, that could be, that.
Yeah,
could
in
be
your
40.
case, for sure. I would go with the 2% or 3%.
Okay, but it's a 40. That puts it at a $40,000 deductible for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
that's
not
kinda
cheap.
nuts.
The one of the big deals is are you going to have enough hail to if it damages the rest of your property though? Like, what's the overall risk to the rest of your property? Like, wood windows can be significant. I don't know
Well,
what kind
I got
of.
basically a pretty strong hardy board.
Yep. That's great. That lasts really, really well.
Yeah, we've had huge hailstorms out here before I had this roof.
Yeah.
That toasted the roof, and we got some paint done, but
Yeah.
The hardy board was fine.
Yeah,
now,
and
that
like
is a
those are
good
the other
point,
things
though,
that we
all
look
that
at,
other
right? Like maybe you have to replace some gutters, but it saves you a ton of money if you've got that higher deductible. So in your case, it makes sense, right? If the rest of your house is fairly hail-proof as well, the higher deductible makes sense. But like, if 1.25 inch hail is going to damage your siding and damage your windows, and you're going to have to pay to upgrade all that or to refresh it just to get back on to be able to sell the
10
house,
seconds, guys.
then it's
During the
worth
opening
the
ceremonies. And what is the best, most effective way to campaign against Kamala Harris? I've got some suggestions. Join us at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We tried to get this person on the show. He had texted me on my Google number. And here's the deal. He says his credit card company called and reached out to him about consolidating. They said they will reduce what I owe them for a monthly fee. And he says, but I've always paid on time. I suspect this is some kind of scam. First of all, credit card companies aren't going to take less money to settle a debt from people who have been paying their bills. They're just not going to do it, okay? Now, you say it's your credit card company, but there are many, many companies that can sound like your credit card company, and they're not your credit card company, okay? I just wouldn't buy it, okay? And consolidation of credit cards is sometimes a good idea if the math makes sense. If you can actually get a manageable payment, you won't be late, and it lowers your interest a bit, there's nothing wrong with it, okay? If you can make your payments. But then once you do that, and your credit cards are paid off through consolidation, then you should not use those credit cards again, because then you're going to have double the debt. And that's a problem a lot of people get into. So I am urging you not to do that. Okay, on other consumer stuff here, our number is 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's talk about the beauty industry. And I'm talking about cosmetic surgery and things. This is something I've been meaning to talk about. Believe it or not, Gen Zers and people who are younger are saying that they want less and less of cosmetic surgery. Young adults say that they believe the benefits are not outweighed by the negative impacts. So they say that they are shying away from cosmetic surgery and cosmetic procedures. And in fact, if you look at statistics, the percentage of cosmetic surgery is going way down. And there's going to be a big gap because baby boomers and slightly behind baby boomers have been using most of the cosmetic surgery, the face lifts, the brow lifts, the eye lifts, the chin, whatever, gobble, get rid of. And all of this stuff has been being used by a disproportionate portion or section of the population. So you have a lot of this being done by older people who are dying off. The younger people are not buying it. Now, fillers are another thing. Some people are going for fillers and temporary fixes, but cosmetic surgery seems to be on a downward trend.
Well, Tom, that's because they're young. I mean, I don't think anybody wanted plastic surgery when they were young. Let's see what happens to these people when they start.
I'm saying their opinions. Their opinions of it. Their opinions are changing. Whereas I'm saying that even I know what you're saying, Doc, but the 40 and 50-year-olds that had not negative impressions of cosmetic surgery, those people now, that same age group, seem to have more negative opinions of cosmetic surgery. So I don't know if people think that's good or bad, but you're saying that they're going to change as they get older because they're going to see that their face is sagging and say, no matter what I said, I'm going to change. It depends because the attitude usually is what comes first. And then the behavior, right? Your attitude is, hey, this is not a bad idea. Apparently, younger people have a more negative attitude toward cosmetic procedures. I mean, at least that's what this trend seems to be showing on this study. So, here is something else that's important. Again, things I wanted to talk about. We had slammed lines. Did you know that, again, and I keep referencing Gen Z. Does anyone know Gen Z's age? I keep looking it up. The age range for Gen Z is 12 to 27, okay? So a lot of adults, but they're younger adults. Do you know and I know you may think interviewing them is not going to do much, but the 18 to 27-year-olds and even 18 to 35-year-olds, guess where their political leanings are going? More conservative. Did you know that? And this was a deep dive into Gen Z adults and just beyond Gen Zs that show that a lot of them on politics are becoming more moderate and less liberal in recent years, a shift that comes and one of the main reasons they cite are economic issues. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily they're extremely conservative. Many of them socially are still hold some liberal views, which isn't a bad thing, I guess. But political ideologies are swinging more towards center and right than left when it comes to Gen Zers and just beyond Gen Zers. They are doing this through interviews, downloads, and search results, and all of that, saying that people are becoming more moderate in the younger years. Now, there is a group of people, believe it or not, wildly liberal between ages of 45 to 54. Now, that's not where I would think to see them, but that is where research is showing. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, here's some good news on the on deductions. Section 179 is a deduction. You can take lump sums up to a certain amount. And right now, they used to have not severely, but limited deductions you could take for certain things. Now, if you make energy improvements to your buildings, there are going to be huge tax benefits. Huge bet. So it's not a credit, it's a deduction. But you don't depreciate it over years. You can take it in a lump sum. So Section 179 deduction is available not just for new construction, but additions and improvements if you can show that the improvements will help your energy efficiency, including lights going to LEDs, HVAC systems and water systems, hot water systems, and your building envelope. This is a major change, folks. Now, it's not a tax credit like solar, but you get a lot of deductions in a lump sum for putting those things in your buildings. And that should be a huge incentive for people. 303-713-8255. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter show. Petrolli Roofing had to leave. He had to make it back to the Springs. That's petrolliroofing.com. Remember, they're at 719-375-8773.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
It's a clean drive throughout the Denver Metro for the most part. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. You're going to see some slowdowns between I-270 and I-76. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Over on the southwest end of town, C-470 eastbound before Bowles Avenue. We've got a crash in the left lane with stop and go back from US 285. About a 10-minute delay there. I-70 east and westbound flowing for you from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, but it's a hot one out there today, folks. High of 96 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 62, high 97 tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 91 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Insurance makes it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Hey, you know, a lot of people don't have any plan for retirement. Speaking about young adults, you know, most of them don't have normal savings, let alone retirement. You might think it's impossible to save for retirement. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they have a great plan for people that are younger for gradually building a nest egg, protecting the nest egg, and helping the nest egg grow. They can help you, of course, if you're a little older with your investments on creating income and shoring up your long-term care plans or possibly your estate planning. Whatever it is, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is there to help you. And they do it with no obligation if you call them and want to know what they do. Ask questions about fees. Ask questions about how they help you save, how they help you invest, how they help you in your retirement, whether your retirement is looming right away or maybe years and years off. 970-663-3211, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Okay, American Restoration, 24/7. I love telling people about this company. I want you to write it down because right now, chances are you don't need them. But if you get a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, or something wrong in your home, a property catastrophe, you don't want to be hustling to think of someone. So write the name down. If you ever have a problem, then American Restoration are the people to call. Even though your insurance might pay, you got to keep this in mind. Insurance only pays once. And if you get the wrong company, you're screwed because you have to come up to finish the job. American Restoration will get the job done right. That's AmRest247.com, 8337 AMREST, that stands for AMREST, 8337 AMREST, American Restoration.
Mark's gone.
Okay.
Both via phone.
Thank you. All right, 10 seconds, buddy.
All right.
Langenberger on his latest column in the Denver Gazette as the trial of Tina Peters begins, and an update on Aurora PD trying to downplay Venezuelan nationals gathering by the thousands while creating chaos in the streets. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay. By the way, let me see. Oh, I want to answer some of your questions here. All right. If the roof goes down in price over years, like you're saying, the scheduling, well, here's what we're saying. The new policies coming out are offering replacement value for a roof for the first 10 years only. And then after 10 years, it starts to be an actual cash value, and it's valued for its depreciated value, and that's all you're going to get paid, okay? So the first 10 years, you'll get replacement. After that, you'll only get the depreciated value. Now, that was the argument being made by Petrali to maybe get a regular asphalt roof, because chances are it will be replaced in the first 10 years, whereas a hail-proof roof won't. And you may end up 15 or 20 years later, as you have to replace the roof, it might cost you the full amount. So that is, there's still good roofs, and it might be a 40-year roof where you don't have to worry about that. Again, it's something to consider. But insurance companies are going to 10-year replacement and then ACV. Someone wants to know, will policies go down as a result of that? The answer is absolutely not. Policies are not going to go down. It has nothing to do with policies. It has to do with the depreciated value of your roof, not your coverage. Now, going over some of these calls, by the way, and I don't probably have room for another call. If you want to get one in, you can try, but there's some things I want to bring up. This one guy that got a speeding ticket, okay, he wanted to know about the officer downgrading that speeding ticket. If he pleads guilty and pays, then they will just make it a defective vehicle violation instead of speeding. That's okay with normal licensing. It's called masking, and they often do it. Now, your insurance company may choose to investigate it and say, no, it's really speeding, even though he said you had a defective taillight. It's really speeding, and charge you. But with a CDL, if you're in a private vehicle, but you have a commercial driver's license, and you get popped for speeding, the masking is not allowed at all. You can take the lower points, and you can take the defective vehicle, but on your CDL, it will be listed as a speeding ticket. They will not give you a break on that when it comes to commercial driver's licenses. That's a new federal regulation, relatively new. And they're going to probably charge you more as a result, and you could lose your commercial driver's license if you get too many of them. On some other calls we had, one woman wanted to know about not renewing the lease on her home. Again, this is called just cause. If you do not want to renew a lease on a tenant, you have to have a good reason. As somebody brought up, you can evict them all you want, but they could take you to court to challenge the reason. Now, most likely, most tenants won't do that, but that's something to keep in mind. Well, you can hear by the music we're almost out of time. I want to remind you to call 303-MARTINO at any time for help, information, and referrals. 303-627-8466.
Tom,
you're clear, buddy.
See you, man.
Tom Martino.